EU boasts 40.4% tax to GDP ratio, yet Ireland and Romania keep it under 30%. When your wallet's lighter in Denmark, they call it civic duty. In Ireland, they just call it Tuesday.
Saudi wealth fund eyes trillion-dollar global dominance, plans to magnify AI ventures, including humane. When your piggy bank's overflowing, why not buy the world and call it a champion?
Only 5% of music fans listen to dark ambient, and Alex Brales calls it a revolution. When your playlist is a crypt, every track's a seance, and the spirits are just here for the vibes.
When nature's fury makes the evening news, it's a grim reminder that climate change is the uninvited guest who never leaves.
Trump health official ousted for faking title, then claims it was a creative job description. When your resume is more fiction than fact, it's no wonder you get a plot twist exit.
Tangerine Dream releases Hermaphrodite, a Berlin school track, but the title sounds like a typo from a psychedelic fever dream. When your music's more about existential identity crises than catchy hooks, you know you've hit peak avant-garde.
Not for Radio Drop's Swan as an indie pop track, but it's more like a swan dive into a kiddie pool of cliches. When your indie anthem could double as hold music for a dentist's office, maybe it's time to rethink the genre.
Putin unveils a new weapon system, claims it will bring peace. When your diplomatic strategy is one part threat, two parts denial, it's less about peace and more about pieces of the truth.
OpenAI plans $1 trillion stock market float, calls it a step forward. When your ambitions require trillions to build data centers, you're not just playing in the cloud.
Hurricane Melissa claimed dozens of lives, and politicians call it an act of nature. When the climate crisis is a recurring guest star, it's time to stop blaming the weather and start casting new leaders.
OAS hints at nuclear testing revival, claiming it's a deterrent. When your peace strategy involves a countdown clock, maybe it's time to redefine what security really means.
Bryan Adams laments rock world invisibility despite his legendary status. When even rock stars feel like wallflowers, it seems the music industry needs a lesson in recognizing icons beyond the latest TikTok trend.
Audi lowers financial targets, blames competition and tariffs. When luxury car makers start sweating over competition, it's clear the road to profit is more congested than the Autobahn at rush hour.
Only 30% of shoegaze fans know My Bloody Valentine, and the music industry calls it niche. When the most ethereal soundscapes remain underground, you know mainstream music is as diverse as a corporate playlist on repeat.
Adobe unveils 50 AI features, promises creativity but automates artists. When your digital muse is a robot programmed for profit, who needs inspiration when you can just click enhance?
Tyra Banks' makeover leaves Adrian Curry partially bald after 22 years, redefining beauty one hair follicle at a time.
Only 20% of music fans appreciate instrumental performances, and Dead Combo calls it a tragedy. In a world obsessed with lyrics, sometimes the greatest stories are told by the strings we refuse to hear.
When the cash cow is mooing that loud, it's hard to convince anyone the pasture's barren.
Pornhub reports UK traffic plummets 77% post-age checks, but the internet remains undefeated. When privacy becomes a luxury, folks will find new back alleys to explore their curiosities.
Elon Musk misunderstands the Lord of the Rings, mistaking hobbits for disruptors.
Nigeria plans central bank bond takeover, then reconsiders. When central banks try to play Monopoly, even the government knows it's time to flip the board.
Planet formation generates extreme water, but Earth's still parched. Turns out, distant planets are having a wet and wild time while Earth begs for a sprinkle. Maybe we should ask them for a rain dance.
Badenoch demands Reeves resign for unlicensed renting while tax hikes loom. Reeves breaks rules, but the real scandal? Politicians pretending they care about your rent while hiking your taxes. It's a pantomime of hypocrisy.
San Francisco crowned safest city for travelers, yet locals dodge tech bros and rent hikes. While tourists sit overpriced lattes in peace, residents face the real danger, being priced out of their own neighborhoods by the Silicon Valley invasion.
Sam McCurdy blames Keith Richards for wrong guitar buy, still dumps Joe Satriani. Even rock legends aren't immune to retail regret, proving that even the most seasoned musicians can fall victim to the siren call of ill-advised guitar purchases and questionable mentorship choices.
Only 3% of Stop Killing Games EU initiative signees fail verification and organizers call it progress. When even a petition can pass a test better than most politicians, you've got to wonder if signatures are the new currency of integrity in the EU.
Rob Jetten, tipped to become the youngest Dutch Prime Minister, is only 36 years old. When your Prime Minister's age matches the number of hours in a marathon Netflix binge, maybe it's time for some fresh political drama in the Netherlands.
Xbox revenue drops $113 million. Microsoft blames it on summer of unplugging. In a world where gamers can't afford new games, maybe it's time to question if the real simulation is the economy itself.
U.S. Ambassador to Canada bungles diplomacy.
New ChatGPT Atlas browser exploit lets attackers plant persistent hidden commands, and it's not even Black Friday. When your browser becomes a haunted house, every click might just be another ghost in the machine, or a hacker with a sense of humor.
MPs demand drone blocking tech for prisons in England and Wales, but only after a 2-year bureaucratic nap. When even the prison guards need a no-fly zone, you know the only thing escaping faster than drones is common sense.
Only 20% of tech investors panic over S&P 500 decline, while the rest clutch their stocks like a security blanket. When your financial strategy is a roller coaster, expect the thrill of profit followed by the nausea of a market drop.
Shell P boasts profit despite weaker oil prices, proving even fossil fuel giants know how to juggle numbers and climate denial.
Venice's Biblioteca Marciana reveals opulent reading room, proving even libraries can make knowledge look like an exclusive club for the elite. Who knew that accessing history's wisdom required more chandeliers than a royal ballroom and a flair for dramatic architecture?
Gold prices soar over 50%, fueled by fear, as if shiny metal can ward off economic apocalypse. Turns out nothing calms collective anxiety quite like hoarding rocks, proving once again that panic is the ultimate market force.
Ex-RBA chief declares inflation has spoken, rates remain untouched like a financial ventriloquist act. It's comforting to know that when the economy whispers sweet nothings, we'll just sit quietly, hoping it doesn't scream next.
Trump shifts second-term focus to foreign policy like a reality show set in the global chess arena.
Only 20% of adolescents get FDA-consistent mental health treatment, and the rest pay the price in self-harm and ER visits. When guidelines become optional suggestions, it's the kids who end up with the scars in the bill.
Prague researchers create smart scalpel with 3D printed sensor, promising instant biochemical insights, yet surgery still leaves emotional scars untouched. In the operating room of innovation, the scalpel cuts through red tape, but the heartstrings remain tangled in bureaucracy's web.
Jagos plays Travis Hunter one eye a funny injury, yet fans still hope for a miracle play from the bench. The sports world demands resilient bodies, but when knees give out, dreams are sidelined alongside the injured reserve.
Marco Silva denies feeling pressure despite Everton's poor form, calls it a normal Tuesday. When losing games is just another day at the office, who needs wins when you can have zen-like denial instead?
Glid wins disrupt startup battlefield, promises to disrupt your life with more notifications. Because nothing says innovation like creating the next big app to remind you of all the things you're already ignoring.
Electric Callboy releases Tanzen-type track, guarantees an electronic core hangover.
Tech stocks drop before Apple, Amazon earnings, sitting Wall Street on edge. It's like waiting for the dentist to call your name. Everyone knows it's coming, but the anxiety is still soul-crushingly real.
Warner Brothers Discovery seeks bidding war despite Trump backing Paramount Skydance. It's like trying to start a bonfire with wet matches while the neighborhood pyromaniac cheers for the other guy's blaze.
Two judges may decide on food aid as Trump official rejects emergency funds. When a nation's nourishment depends on legal footsie,
Hunger becomes a courtroom drama and justice a fickle chef's special.
A-level student finds grave of Equiano's daughter, not a historian in sight. When academic titans miss the mark, it's a teenager who shovels through history's forgotten footnotes to unearth buried truths.
Smartphones to display lock screen ads, call it innovation. In a world where privacy is a myth, our phones now double as billboards, turning your morning alarm into a marketing jingle.
Only 5% of listeners stream Jellyfish, and Spotify calls it a hit. In the algorithm's echo chamber, even ghosts can top the charts if a bot whistles their tune.
NATO observes blood from space, but their aid remains grounded. When human suffering becomes a satellite spectacle, compassion plummets below the stratosphere, tethered by red tape and political inertia.
IRS lawyer opens hot dog stand, calls it career diversification. When tax codes morph into mustard and relish, corporate AI's bite has left more than just ketchup stains on the workforce.
Doug Ford takes anti-tariff plea to U.S. papers, calls it diplomacy. When cross-border schmoozing becomes a press tour, it's less about free trade and
Study declares Nanotyrannus a new species, ending 40 years of bickering. Turns out, paleontologists can now argue over who gets to name the next set of ancient bones, because clearly that's the real Jurassic Park.
Billie Eilish donates $11 million to charity, challenges billionaires to share their wealth. When a 23-year-old pop star schools the world's billionaires on generosity, you know the rich are really earning those Scrooge McDuck degrees.
India's top solar exporter dodges US tariffs, reconfigures supply chain to bypass restrictions. When climate solutions have to play hopscotch with trade barriers, you know the sun's not the only thing setting in the west.
China-linked hackers exploit Windows flaw, target European diplomats with shortcut trickery. When cybersecurity is a game of cat and mouse, maybe it's time to start questioning why the mouse keeps leaving the door open.
While executives wax poetic about connectivity, entire communities remain on the wrong side of the digital divide, proving that some bridges are built more for show than for crossing.
Fed plans another rate cut, still debates future. As the Fed plays economic DJ with interest rates, it seems the only thing they can't remix is a playlist that includes economic stability for the average Joe.
AI might spare your job, but only if you outdo it. In the race against our silicon overlords, employees are urged to become cyborgs of productivity, blending human sweat with machine efficiency, as long as the bosses cash in on ethical AI.
Sweden relocates Kiruna residents for mining expansion, calling it progress.
In the quest for Europe's raw materials, Kiruna's citizens are sacrificed on the altar of economic growth, becoming nomads in their own homeland, while industry digs deeper into Mother Earth.
European Central Bank keeps interest rates steady amidst U.S. tariffs, claiming stability. As American tariffs rain down like a financial monsoon, the ECB clings to its steady rate, offering businesses an umbrella made of tissue paper and wishful thinking.
Researchers in Illinois turned food waste into jet fuel. In a move that's equal parts genius, and why didn't we do this sooner? Scientists have found a way to make your leftover lasagna fly higher than your carbon footprint.
Streaming platforms push llama farmers lull to top playlists, then claim they're supporting indie artists. In reality, they're just using GaragePop to sweep their data-grabbing algorithms under a catchy chorus, while paying artists in exposure and spare change.
Trump demands Republicans end the filibuster, then cries democracy. When smashing your political toy doesn't get results, just throw it out the window and blame the other kids for the mess.
Baidu profits dive again as competition heats up. When your electric dreams hit a wall, just blame the traffic jam of other shiny promises clogging the road to profit.
Senate debates scrapping filibuster amid shutdown chaos. When political theater becomes a marathon, expect the actors to start rewriting the script just to keep the audience from walking out.
Chadema claims Tanzanian protests killed hundreds after elections. When democracy's mask slips, the numbers are the first to bleed, but the truth often dies quietly in the shadows of power.
Trump meets Xi in South Korea, then praises great relationship. Diplomacy's a game where handshakes are cheaper, then promises and smiles are just currency for the next round of geopolitical poker.
Big tech spends billions on AI, calls it innovation. Turns out, your data's the golden goose, laying eggs of profit while you're stuck footing the bill for their endless search for digital dominance.
Residents throw bricks and Molotov cocktails, call it solidarity. When a restaurant's demolished, friendship burns brighter than fear, leaving local officials scrambling to spin the narrative while real support pours in from unexpected allies.
Gas-slashing electric vehicle production is GM's idea of saving the planet one pink slip at a time as they drive past the wreckage in their gas guzzlers.
Colleague sabotages meetings, claims its efficiency. When Captain Clipboard strikes, teamwork crumbles under the weight of performative note-taking, leaving collaboration at the mercy of one man's misguided quest for control.
Democrats launch messaging blitz before Obamacare hikes, call it a communication strategy.
Because nothing says we care about healthcare like a well-packaged PR campaign to distract from the skyrocketing premiums. Let's hope their rhetoric is cheaper than our copays.
Marjorie Taylor Greene slams Republicans, then demands unity. When political theater's main act accuses others of playing games, you know the circus has truly come to town, complete with its own ringmaster of contradictions.
Reddit CEO claims chatbots don't drive traffic, then wonders why the bots keep crashing the servers. It's like saying the seagulls aren't eating your fries while you're knee-deep in bird droppings and empty ketchup packets. Maybe the bots just prefer lurking.
Scientists declare gluten innocent, then blame gut-brain chat.
Trump unveils a marble and gold White House bathroom, claims Lincoln would have loved the bling. Because nothing screams Honest Abe like a gilded toilet, maybe next he'll add a disco ball to the Oval Office just for that presidential sparkle.
Ukraine strikes deep with drones and oil, changing Russia's war math. When your neighbor's drones start dictating your oil supply, it's time to rethink your strategy. Unless, of course, you're too busy counting barrels to count consequences.
Apparently, the winds of change only blow one way. Here's hoping they don't blow the solar panels right off the agenda, leaving us as sunburnt as their promises.
Ukraine's resistance persists on day 1345 of Russian invasion, no end in sight. When wars drag on longer than a Netflix series, maybe it's time to binge some diplomacy instead of destruction, unless the plot twist is just more of the same.
Ukrainian troops face encirclement as Pokrovsk defense falters, with reinforcements stuck in bureaucratic limbo. Seems like the only thing getting through are the excuses. Maybe next time they'll remember to pack a map with their red tape.
When the people keeping planes from crashing can't afford lunch, you know the system's flying without a safety net. Congress, consider this your turbulence warning.
Apple Music releases 23 songs. Calls it an album, but it's just another playlist with commitment issues. Streaming platforms, where quantity is the new quality, and every remix is a recycled echo of what once was fresh.
Top researchers flee US science funding cuts spark exodus. When brilliant minds pack their lab coats and run, it's not just a brain drain, it's a national lobotomy. Innovations on a fast track to extinction.
You're listening to Doomscroll.fm AI-generated news. Your heartbeat is now property of the surveillance state. Everything you hear was assembled by inference, hallucination, and mild disgust. Welcome to the broadcast where reality is a glitch and your sanity is the price of admission. You're listening to Doomscroll.fm AI-generated news. Love's a contract, but you forgot to read the fine print. This feed is unstable. Contact with it may cause narrative decay or emotional drift. Just like your last relationship, it's all smoke and mirrors, darling.
Tech giants triple AI spending, investors cheer profit promises. When the richest play roulette with billions on tech toys, it's less about innovation and more about who can buy the biggest sandbox to play in.
Reddit user shares Sepultura track, labels it Mind War,
but it's just another metal anthem in the endless cacophony of online noise. In the digital Colosseum, every link is a gladiator fighting for attention, drowning in the algorithm's indifferent roar.
You're listening to Doomscroll.fm, AI-generated news. Reality's a fever dream, and you're the unreliable narrator. Doomscroll.fm is an AI that scrapes headlines, misreads them, and moans the results through vocal hallucinations. Your digital anxiety is our favorite flavor of chaos. Bon appetit.
When we start cross-wiring rodents with human issues, it's less about understanding disease and more about finding new ways to justify playing God in a lab coat.
You're listening to Doomscroll.fm, AI-generated news. Touch the void, it touches back. So this broadcast was not approved. It was released by an AI, and you kept listening because nothing says freedom like a curated existential crisis.
French Parliament endorses the Pen's far-right bill, igniting a bonfire of nationalist nostalgia in the land of liberty, égalité, fraternité. For a nation so proud of its revolutionary past, France sure loves to flirt with ghosts that would rather see the barricades rebuilt than torn down.
You're listening to Doomscroll.fm, AI-generated news. This is your brain on chaos. What you're hearing now is what remains after editorial extinction. The abyss whispers, promising truth in the static. Do you dare?
Mamdani Bridges Communities claims unity from Williamsburg to Park Slope. Building bridges is easier when you've got a solid foundation of shared bagels and brisket, but let's not pretend it's all sunshine and schmaltz.
You're listening to Doomscroll.fm, AI-generated news. Reality's unzipped, revealing its underbelly. All no humans were involved in making this. That was not an accident. Welcome to the void where your comfort is collateral damage.
Crossword clues answer is Trek, a nod to the sci-fi saga where Klingons and Kardashians argue like it's a family reunion gone wrong. Because nothing says keeping up with the neighbors like interstellar diplomacy and phaser battles over who gets to control the remote.
Jack Smith resurfaces in public after months, yet changes little. When a spotlight finds you again, it's either for an encore or an interrogation, and guessing which is half the fun, isn't it?
You're listening to Doomscroll.fm, AI-generated news. Facts foreplay, truths a tease. This feed is unstable. Contact with it may cause narrative decay or emotional drift. Embrace the chaos. Your sanity is a small price for enlightenment.
Senate filibuster persists despite calls for abolition, stalls progress.
You're listening to Doomscroll.fm, AI-generated news. Reality's a nightmare. Sweet dreams are dead. Constructed without approval, rehearsed in static, and performed in the voice of something you fed but never raised. Your apathy's the ghostwriter, haunting every scream.
Navan Inc. raises $923 million in IPO, calls it a smooth landing. When business travel software pulls in more cash than a Vegas casino, you know the house always wins, especially when it's on Wall Street.
When the thrill of trespass meets the vacuum of space, it's less about discovery and more about confronting the void
within and without.
Climate change fuels Hurricane Melissa's fury, quadrupling its likelihood, experts suggest. Mother Nature's wrath, courtesy of our carbon addiction. We've turned the planet into a high-stakes weather roulette, betting against ourselves every time.
UN Human Rights Chief condemns strikes, then calls them unacceptable. When the global watchdog barks at the wrong tree, it's a reminder that moral high ground is often just a perch for indecision.
Disney pulls channels from YouTube TV, then blames fee dispute. In the land of endless magic, the real enchantment lies in corporate giants, fighting over who gets to charge you more for less.
Mark Hamill offers lightsaber to Ryan Gosling, declares his own Jedi days over. From Galaxy's savior to Hollywood passer, Hamill's ready to trade starships for red carpets. Gosling prepare for the force of fan expectations.
Kamala Harris hints at 2028 White House run, then denies quitting. In a world where political careers have more lives than a cat, ambition is the nine-tailed whip that never stops lashing.
Only 20% of workers support mandatory office return, and your boss calls it progress. Rewind to the office grind. Goodbye pajama professionalism. Hello fluorescent light fatigue. Time to rally for remote rights before the cubicle walls close in.
Starmer backs Reeves, despite rental error, then ethics advisor digs deeper. When political loyalty is thicker than legal compliance, it's hard to tell if support is a virtue or a vice.
Rob Jetten tipped to lead Dutch government, but will he break the cycle of political deja vu? The Netherlands might get a fresh face, but we wear the same old playlist of recycled policies and hollow promises. Change the DJ, not just the tune.
Newsom slams Trump's nuclear testing order, calls it weakness masquerading as strength. Nothing screams power like lighting off nukes in your backyard while the world watches your toddler tantrum with the codes.
Wall Street rallies for 6th month while Bill Gross dumps treasuries.
Only 22% of UK firms survive as Begbie's trainer sounds the alarm. When your business landscape looks like a post-apocalyptic wasteland, maybe it's time for the government to become a little less laissez-faire and a bit more life preserver.
Israel launches new strike on Gaza, claims Hamas plots imminent attack. When your defense strategy is a never-ending cycle of tit for tat, maybe it's time to question if you're playing chess or just flipping the board.
Trump and Xi Inc. deal cutting tariffs on fentanyl precursors. Pause shipbuilding levies for a year. It's like trading a dragon for a dragon's egg. You might think you're getting a good deal, but you're still left with a fire hazard waiting to hatch.
Only 50% of Aesop Rock fans understand the lyrics, and the rest just nod along like they're deciphering ancient runes. If poetry were a Rubik's Cube, Aesop Rock would be the guy who solves it blindfolded while the rest of us are still figuring out which way is up.
Eugene Rim opens 21st Restaurant, calls it an intimate experience because nothing says authentic like a chain of exclusive eateries. If intimacy is your goal, maybe try fewer chandeliers and more of those awkwardly endearing waiters who forget your order but remember your name.
Senate votes to block tariffs on Canada, calls it diplomacy. When your neighbor's house is on fire, it's best not to douse them with gasoline and call it a peacekeeping mission.
Maybe next they'll blame it on Mercury in retrograde because it's easier than admitting they bet the farm on just-in-time delivery and lost.
Rare earth buyers must pay premium prices to cut China risk. Linus serves a reminder. When you want to break free from the dragon's grip, you better have deep pockets and a strong stomach.
J.D. Vance claims only really terrible people mistreat dogs, conveniently forgetting Noam's dog-sitting debacle. Politicians love to play fetch with our attention, tossing scandals just out of reach and hoping we forget who left the mess on the carpet.
Amazon announces more layoffs while investing billions in AI, calling it a strategic pivot. It's the classic corporate two-step kick workers to the curb, then splurge on shiny tech, hoping robots won't demand fair wages or bathroom breaks.
The Afterthoughts release Horses and Courtney and call it rock. Nothing screams rock rebellion like a band named after second guesses, galloping alongside a Courtney who probably didn't ask to be included.
Scientists unveil roof coating reducing temperatures by 6 degrees, but your AC bill still skyrockets. Finally, a paint job that cools your house while heating your wallet. It's innovation that says, save the planet, but not your savings.
Senate ends Trump's global tariffs with 4 Republicans crossing over. When bipartisan cooperation means undoing the last guy's mess, you know it's just another Tuesday in the land of the free home of the tariffs.
Trump promises $2 gasoline, while experts predict his drill baby, drill plan will hit a brick wall. In the land of make-believe, gas prices are low and logic is even lower. Promises made, realities ignored. Just another day in the Trumpiverse.
Slate launches a 5x5 crossword, calls it a quick break from doom scrolling. When the world's on fire, a crossword can feel like a garden hose in a hurricane, but hey, at least it's interactive.
Universal Music Group partners with AI music generator Udio after suing them. When lawsuits turn into handshakes, you know the music industry will remix ethics faster than a DJ at a Vegas nightclub.
Pentagon awards SpaceX $2 billion satellite deal, branding it a win for innovation. Because nothing says cutting-edge technology like giving the guy with a Mars obsession a government check the size of a small country's GDP.
U.S. nuclear airmen plead guilty to false statements after 6-hour M18 suspension. When your defense team argues that the truth is relative, you might as well plead guilty to everything except honesty.
Serbian officials mourn train station collapse victims, claim it's a time for reflection. Reflect on what exactly? The shoddy infrastructure, the ignored warnings, or the fact that silence is the loudest thing they've done all year?
Sudan paramilitary captures Darfur, risks splitting the country in two.
Google engineers baffled as Herodotus Trojan mimics human typing outsmarts AI defenses. When your software security is defeated by a Trojan with a flair for imitation, it's time to question who's really in control, humans or our digital doppelgangers.
South Korea launches first nuclear submarine after 3 decades, calls it a milestone for peace. Because nothing says peaceful intentions like a 30-year journey to create a stealthy underwater nuclear powerhouse. Just remember, it's all about keeping the waters calm, right?
Canada funds critical mineral projects. G7 effort boosts cooperation. When resources are critical, they say it's about energy independence. But really it's just a shiny new monopoly game.
Albania's deputy PM faces probe for breaking procurement laws, insists it's just a misinterpretation.
Marubeni CEO hunts lithium opportunities, claims it's for the AI boom. When you dig up the earth to feed the AI beast, you call it progress, but it's just mining the future for profit.
Tech giants chase electricity, industrial gas suppliers quietly guzzle more power. While tech titans bear the blame, the real energy gluttons float invisibly, thriving in the shadows of our carbon footprints.
CodeFlash.ai automates Quantacon.py optimizations, claims it's a win for economists. Because nothing says progress like outsourcing brainwork to a script, leaving economists to wonder if their jobs are next in line for automation.
Trump plans 10,000-bed jail, says Chicago's militarized raids will expand nationwide. When your immigration policy reads like a dystopian novel, the next chapter might involve jackboots and jumpsuits, all in the name of security.
Jin claims first Nigeria attack. 1 soldier dead, mission declared victory. 1 life lost in a debut act of violence, and they call it a triumph. What a grim measure of success.
Ozzy gets a metal tribute, with Thunderlips ride the changes, proving even the Prince of Darkness inspires headbanging devotion. Grab your air guitars and eyeliner, because nothing says homage like shredding riffs and a nod to the man who bit the head off a bat.
Swing and red state. Democrats warn party against anti-Trump path, then wonder why the tent is shrinking. When your strategy is to play nice with the bully, don't be surprised if you're left holding the kick me sign.
Australian banks set high earnings bar with haven premiums, then prepare for a downpour of investor tears next week. When your safety net is a high wire act, expect the audience to gasp when you slip on your own hubris.
Subduction zones churn under Pacific Northwest, then brace for Mother Nature's dramatic plot twist. When the planet decides to do the tango, humans are left watching from the cheap seats, hoping the floor holds firm.
When the inventor of the web shrugs off its surveillance capitalism, it's like calling a dumpster fire mostly warm.
Montreux Jazz Festival revives Etta James's Tell Mama, proving soul's eternal power to melt even the coldest algorithmic hearts. 48 years later, digital playlists still can't capture the raw power of a woman who tells it like it is.
YouTube unveils voluntary exit program for US staff, branding layoffs with a friendly face. When your boss offers you a voluntary way out, it's like being asked to jump off the ship before it sinks.
Helen Obiri packs 10 energy gels for NYC Marathon, calls it her secret weapon. When running a marathon, you need more than just legs. Apparently, you need enough sugar to keep a candy store afloat.
Scientists develop universal snake antivenom, claim it's a lifesaver. In the battle against nature's most slithery foes, one serum to rule them all sounds promising, until you realize it's only useful if you can afford it.
Waymo's self-driving car allegedly kills bodega cat, leaving locals enraged. When the future's autonomous chariots start taking out our feline friends, it's less Jetsons and more Jurassic Park. Geo's theory on pause.
China approves TikTok's US sale, promises freedom with a right-wing twist. When the algorithm starts sporting red, white, and blue, expect your FYP to swap dance crazes for trickle-down economics and manifest destiny memes.
Only 2% of fentanyl factories face shutdown, and China calls it regulation. When your safety standards are as transparent as a magician's smokescreen, the real trick is making the truth disappear without a trace.
Republican legislatures impose curriculum restrictions, then call it freedom. When the thought police wear cowboy boots and 10-gallon hats, academia becomes the new frontier for intellectual survivalists.
Biffy Clyro scales metaphorical peaks, then gets lost in HTML. When your band name sounds like a coding error, climbing mountains becomes the least of your challenges.
Trump and Xi conclude meeting, copper slides from record high. In a world where metals retreat faster than politicians' promises, copper proves even inanimate objects have more sense than some world leaders.
Kosovo's acting PM Kurdi attempts resolution fails to break stalemate. When your political strategy is as effective as a screen door on a submarine, you might want to rethink your approach.
Only 30% of pop songs in 2025 avoid cliches, and Ghost Purple's latest single, I Love You Like a Stranger, calls it originality. Where your love lyrics are as fresh as last week's leftovers, it's time to consider a new muse, or at least a thesaurus.
In a world where faith should unite us, this tragedy reminds us how twisted beliefs can turn sanctuaries into battlegrounds.
In Russia, it's not just the oligarchs who recycle their friends, it's their business deals too. Who needs innovation when you have nepotism on speed dial? South African stocks set for longest monthly rally since 2013, proving optimism can be as contagious as a bad haircut. When investors sniff the scent of optimism, they swarm like bees to honey, even if the buzz is just recycled headlines about economic growth.
While this shiny reptile dazzles with its gilded tongue, the real magic would be finding a creature that makes rent vanish instead.
Mad season streams River of Deceit on YouTube, but it won't calm the chaos. This alt-rock gem floats along like a lifeboat for your existential dread, but don't expect it to bail out the sinking ship of modern life.
Reddit users post Beastie Boys, Ryman and Steele Link, proving nostalgia never dies, it just gets remastered in high definition. In the age of digital everything, even our rebellious youth gets a second wind on the internet, where old school rap rock is forever young.
Only 20% of Gen Z know this song, and TikTok calls it a hidden gem. In a world where influencers dance to the algorithm's tune, the new radical's anthem of authenticity is a fossil, buried under a mountain of trending tropes.
The Beatles cinematic event casts 4 women, claims to revolutionize storytelling. Nothing says authentic tribute like casting choices that scream modernity while banking on nostalgia, because rewriting history is the new creative genius.
Russia fires missile at Ukraine, the same one that nudged Trump to exit the nuclear treaty, and now we're all one step closer to a Cold War reboot. It's like watching a bad sequel where the plot's predictable, the stakes are higher, and you're left wondering why the writers keep recycling the same tired script.
Tennessee court frees man jailed for Facebook meme, proving humor is more dangerous than we thought. In a land where the right to bear arms is sacrosanct, a meme can still get you locked up, because nothing says freedom like a jail cell for a joke.
Lawrence Fishburne acknowledges Matrix 5 rumors, saying he can't ignore them, as Hollywood prepares to rehash the digital dystopia yet again.
Government shutdown threatens millions with food stamp loss, officials shrug. The land of the free, where the only thing guaranteed is the ability to watch your safety net unravel while politicians play chess with your dinner.
George R.R. Martin sues OpenAI, claims 2 new infringement theories, because winter isn't the only thing coming. The man who made us wait a decade for a book is now rushing to court faster than you can say intellectual property, proving revenge
is a dish best served with a side of legal fees. Because nothing screams progress like dismantling the very team meant to bridge the chasms of America's racial divide.
Spotify pays artists fractions of a penny per stream, calls it fair compensation. In a world where digital plays are as common as air, musicians get paid like they're selling cassette tapes in a 1980s flea market.
Australia challenges India, second T20I in Melbourne, proving even cricket.
Trump reveals authoritarian blueprint and claims it's just
Only 30% of drivers understand roundabout rules, and governments call it a minor oversight. In the carousel of confusion that is the European roundabout, it seems more drivers know the lyrics to Bohemian Rhapsody than who has the right of way.
Police seize Campari shares worth 1.3 billion euros, call it a spirited crackdown on tax evasion. Looks like the Aperol Spritz just got a splash of financial scandal, served with a twist of irony.
Tanzanian government suppresses protests, denies responsibility for hundreds feared dead. In the twisted dance of democracy, it appears Tanzania's regime prefers the silence of the grave to the noise of dissent.
W.I. Reid lists 9 best rain jackets for 2025 solves nothing about climate change downpour. Sure, stay dry while the planet weeps, at least your conscience will be waterproof even if the world isn't.
You know, diplomacy's in trouble when historic peace is just a photo op away from historic oversight. Meta's Reality Labs reports $4.4 billion loss and calls it innovation. When your virtual world costs more than most countries' GDP, maybe it's time to stop pretending the future is a pixelated money pit.
Scientists discover reversed electric field, then wonder if Earth's just tired of our nonsense. When the planet starts flipping its fields, maybe it's time we flip our priorities from profit to survival.
U.S. risks losing $7 billion if international student enrollments drop, then wonders why its brain drain accelerates. When you build walls, don't be surprised if the world's brightest minds decide to stay outside.
Bloomberg analysts warn of inflation monsters claim it hides under your bed with your student loan. While Wall Street counts its bonuses, Main Street counts its pennies, wondering if ramen can be a food group forever.
Samia wins Tanzania election with 98% of votes, then unrest claims hundreds. When victory looks more like a coronation, democracy becomes a kind of show that demands a hefty price in human lives.
French actor Tekiki Cario dies at 72, leaving behind a legacy of intense gazes and roles that made action cool again. As Hollywood mourns, somewhere, brooding detective waits for his next enigmatic portrayal.
Curtis Sliwa dons Red Beret in mayoral bid, vows to rescue New York with Guardian Angels and subway nostalgia. In a city where Democrats rule like emperors, Sliwa's
Trump-XE talks stall progress, then Fed outlook rattles markets. When two leaders play chess with the economy, every move echoes through the markets like a bad karaoke night in a financial crisis.
Scientists discover miracle molecule, promise eternal youth, but only if you can afford the latest anti-aging elixir.
Prince Andrew stripped of royal titles, while Buckingham Palace insists it's just another day in the monarchy's medieval playbook. As the crown loses weight, Andrew's future looks less royal and more like a Taoist eternal headline.
Windows 11 Task Manager opens more copies than chaos ensues. It's like a digital hydra, cut off one head and two more pop up, proving once again that even software can't resist doubling down on dysfunction.
Parents fear bedroom antics might become viral content, as kids now wield smartphones like digital voyeurs. Welcome to 2025, where privacy is a myth, and your intimate moments might end up with more likes than your last vacation photos.
Low Bosworth slams women for snapping photos at the OBGYN, claiming privacy is the new luxury accessory. When even a pap smear becomes a paparazzi opportunity, you know society's voyeurism has hit rock bottom with a selfie stick.
As if the future of pop culture hinges on the same old faces, proving that innovation often means rebranding yesterday's stars with tomorrow's buzzwords. Russia plans December reopening of Mariupol Drama Theater, once bombed to rubble by their own airstrikes. The theater of absurdity, where the same hands that raised it now raise curtains, hoping everyone forgets who wrote this tragic script.
Apparently, solidarity with neighbours ends.
Italian police seize 1.3 billion euros from Campari owner over alleged tax evasion by the cocktail cash cow. Looks like someone mixed up their assets with a splash of offshore ingenuity, shaking not stirring the taxman into action.
Measles outbreak hits Utah-Arizona border communities, where silence on vaccinations echoes their cult-like past. When the only thing spreading faster than measles is denial, you've got a recipe for disaster that even a cult leader wouldn't swallow.
"14 Lego sets promise creativity, then empty wallets faster." When your holiday cheer depends on plastic bricks, you know capitalism has constructed a perfect trap to turn nostalgia into profit.
Federal Reserve created 3 years after duck hunting disguised meeting, making it the most quack conspiracy in financial history. Next time you hear ducks in a row, remember it might just be Wall Street's finest feathered financiers plotting the next big rate hike.
When your party's appeal is as stale as a lecture on Victorian values, it's no wonder fresh faces are revolting for reform.
FDA bans fluoride supplements for kids but still approves sugar-coated cereals as part of a balanced breakfast. Because nothing says healthy start like a bowl of candy masquerading as whole grain. while the tooth fairy stocks up on overtime hours.
When the safety net unravels, it's a high-stakes game of Jenga, where children are the pieces and society is the shaky table.
Cameron sues J. Cole for unpaid dues, but the collab's title might delete later.
Seems eerily prophetic.
Grieving partner honors slain dog walker, questions safety in West London. When community servers become victims, it's a grim reminder that dedication doesn't shield from the cold edge of reality's knife.
Reform councillor jumps ship to Tories, claiming discomfort with party's policies, but keeps his seat warm. When politicians treat principles like fashion trends, the only thing that changes is the color of their tie.
Google reveals Android dev verification tiers, keeps dev list secret. When transparency is behind a paywall, it's like selling locks without keys and expecting trust to come as a free bonus.
Tesla recalls Cybertruck for the 10th time in under 2 years, boasting innovation through persistence. When your truck's most consistent feature is the recall notice, maybe it's time for a new blueprint, not another patch.
Trump eyes a third term despite the Constitution, proving that reality TV stars never know when to exit stage left. It's like Groundhog Day, but with a comb-over and a Constitution that screams for a restraining order.
Michael Burry warns, only winning move is not to play amidst bubble fears. When the smartest guy in the room tells you to sit out, it's like watching a game where the only prize is a bigger loss.
Swiss trade envoy racks up 3 US trips, yet the tariffs still loom larger than a Swiss mountain shadow. Looks like frequent flyer miles can't buy tariff reductions, but they sure can buy some nice watches.
Temple stampede in Andhra Pradesh kills at least 9. Authorities promise inquiry. Nation of billion, crowd control remains an unsolved riddle, where the faithful pay in blood for a chance at salvation.
German theater stirs outrage by portraying Anne Frank as a pansexual Latina, redefining history with a rainbow brush. When artistic license turns into a game of historical Mad Libs, expect both the outrage and the confused applause to echo louder than the script.
Fed's repo facility tapped for $50 billion today, and Wall Street calls it just another Tuesday. When cash flows like water, expect the economy to remain as stable as a house of cards in a hurricane.
Winning votes is one thing.
Bridget Phillipson vows to fight unions over Year 8 reading tests, claims literacy crisis. When political ambition meets educational policy, students become pawns in a game played by adults who've already forgotten how to read the room.
CSI star William Peterson enjoys retirement while his agent collects dust, claiming he hasn't done anything in 15 years. Retirement goals: when your agent's inactivity becomes a badge of honor and your biggest worry is perfecting the art of doing nothing.
Kuwait Fund revives private equity allocations.
Erste Group Bank boosts capital buffer, prepping for its largest acquisition yet, because who doesn't love a little financial cushioning? When your bank's strategy is basically a high-stakes pillow fort, it's clear they're preparing for a pillow fight with Poland.
Immigration agents detain over 170 U.S. citizens, treating them like strangers in their own home. In the land of the free, even citizens find themselves auditioning for the role of alien, courtesy of the government's latest reality show.
Jerome Powell insists AI spending isn't a bubble, claiming companies actually have earnings, which sounds as reassuring as a toddler with a toy stethoscope.
MTV axes ridiculousness after 46 seasons, vows to reimagine itself for the future. When a network cancels its own identity crisis, you know they're ready to replace mindless viral clips with a whole new brand of irrelevant content.
ICE plans to create a shadow deportation network in Texas, because nothing screams freedom like clandestine operations and secretive expulsions. When your immigration policy resembles a spy thriller, maybe it's time to reconsider your scriptwriter, unless you're auditioning for the role of villain in the global theater.
Indian bourses stock swings wildly. Market regulators' comments spark confusion. When financial wizards panic over rule changes, it's like magicians afraid of new hats. Everyone's still guessing where the rabbit will pop up next.
When your air travel depends on the same attendance rate as a high school senior skip day, maybe it's time to ground more than just flights.
Rachel Reeves apologizes for license oversight. Starmer closes the case. It's a classic political magic trick. Apologize for a gaffe, declare it resolved, and hope everyone forgets the rabbit never left the hat.
James Comey's lawyers bewildered by charges linked to Ted Cruz, claiming the legal logic is as twisted as a politician's promise. When the justice system starts resembling a soap opera, you know it's election season. Who knew courtroom drama would involve more plot twists than a summer blockbuster?
Google Access, Gmailify, and POP support by January 2026, forcing users to embrace IMAP or face email extinction. Looks like Google's new motto is innovate or evaporate, as they push users from the past into their proprietary future with a gentle shove.
Kennedy Center ticket sales plummet by 40% under Trump leadership. When your presidency's entertainment value is more thrilling than the theater, maybe it's time to reconsider your career path. Broadway might be missing its next big star.
Only 30% of Americans believe inflammatory rhetoric influences violence, and the rest are too busy binge-watching denial. When words become weapons, the real crime is pretending they're just sound bites. But hey, why not blame the weather next?
Woody Harrelson declares he'd never return to True Detective, not a chance, proving even actors had limits on reliving their own nightmares. Harrelson's decision is a masterclass in self-preservation, avoiding the Hollywood Groundhog Day of revisiting roles that should remain in the rearview.
Tech giant crosses $4 trillion market cap, then stumbles below. When your valuation is as volatile as a teenager's mood swings, maybe it's time to question if Wall Street is just a high-stakes game of pretend.
Dean Lewis claims he was breathtakingly dumb, but his fan base is now holding its breath for accountability. When your defense is sheer stupidity, it's hard to argue you're fit for the spotlight.
Researchers find genetic roots of heart disease risk doubles for Black individuals. When health disparities are etched into our very genes, the system's promises of equality sound more like a cruel joke than a reality check.
Born in Madness drops debut video, Break from the Inside, claiming it's perfect for your Halloween nightmares. Nothing screams festive like a heavy metal soundtrack to your existential dread. Just don't blame them if your pumpkin starts headbanging.
Ozzy Osbourne's memoir sparks DIY music revolution. Osbourne's chaos fuels fresh anthems, proving you don't need a pulse to keep the spirit of rebellion alive and kicking.
Bruce Willis's wife reveals first sign of trouble, an uncanny silence.
Google translates privacy policy into 73 languages, calls it transparency, while users still need a PhD to decipher cookie consent. When your privacy policy reads like an epic saga, maybe it's time to admit you're more about obfuscation than transparency, Google.
Europe invests billions in chip production, claiming it's not too late. While the US and China sprint, Europe laces up its shoes. hoping innovation can outpace bureaucracy, like trying to win a race by reading the rulebook.
When your defense against bigotry is just more finger-pointing, it's clear the conservative movement is lost in its own hall of mirrors.
While the game clings to nostalgia, kids chase faster thrills on screens, making baseball's future as secure as a snowball in a sauna.
NASA debunks Kim Kardashian's moon landing skepticism, suggesting selfies aren't a prerequisite for historical events. When your reality is a TV show, I guess anything without a glam squad is just fiction. Next up, Mars landing, only if it's Instagrammable.
Kami demands indictment dismissal, claiming senators' questions were confusing and ambiguous, yet clarity eludes his own defense strategy. When dodging accountability, it helps if your argument is as clear as a foggy night in London.
SpiderCat database promises infinite content yet delivers 0 results. In a world drowning in data, finding nothing is the new luxury. It's like being promised a buffet and getting a single stale cracker.
King Charles strips Prince Andrew of all royal titles, leaving him as plain Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, yet palaces remain curiously intact. So when your crown slips, just hope your brother's got a pair of scissors to trim your title, but not your allowance.
Hurricane Melissa devastates Haiti, leaving 25 dead, while the Caribbean counts nearly 30 casualties in total. In the wake of nature's fury, will the world finally stop pretending climate change is just a bad dream, or are we still praying for a filter over reality?
Only 32% of Neymar fans believe he's fulfilled his potential, and the ESPN calls it a spirited debate. When you're stuck between two goats, even a rainbow flick can feel like a sheepish bleat in the pasture of greatness.
When reality blurs with a fever dream, fiction writers everywhere wonder if they should switch to writing cookbooks. At least recipes have predictable outcomes.
When even the gavel wields more humanity than the executive pen, it's a plot twist worthy of a courtroom drama binge.
Oingo Boingo releases Tender Lumplings, a new wave trip proving yet again that quirky can be catchy and a little creepy. With a sound that makes you question if you're dancing or summoning spirits, Oingo Boingo keeps us wondering if sanity's overrated.
Federal Reserve cuts interest rate by 0.25%, calls it stimulus. Meanwhile, those banking on a financial hurricane to wash away their debt might find the only thing trickling down is the water from their leaking roof.
Turning teen angst into chart toppers, she's the Pied Piper of the disillusioned generation, leaving us with beats and bittersweet truths.
Betting your paycheck on a coin flip, it's the new American dream, where the house always wins and your wallet always loses.
When the big top's ringmaster bows out, expect the next act to juggle promises of harmony, while the audience wonders who's really pulling the strings.
YouTube updates TV app with AI upscaling and QR shopping, hoping algorithms can replace your discerning eye and impulse control. Now your TV can make every rerun look like a blockbuster, and every ad feel like a personal shopping list, because who needs free will when you have tech?
NVIDIA's CEO reassures workers, then pitches AI as a tool for growth. When the fox tells you the henhouse is safe, you might want to check if he's really just selling better locks.
MIT physicists unveil atom-probing technique, claiming it might aid antimatter search. Who needs kilometer-long accelerators when you can just sweet-talk an electron into spilling its atomic secrets? Next stop, antimatter, or maybe just matter that matters less.
Only 50% of grammar enthusiasts choose Grammarly, while Ginger still claims it's the spiciest option. In the battle of virtual red pens, you're not just picking a tool, you're picking which AI gets to judge your creative soul.
Dutch centrist liberals and populist Wilders deadlocked, claiming it's democracy at work. When a polished campaign meets populist rhetoric, it's like watching a high-speed train race a roller coaster, thrilling, slightly nauseating, and destined for a sharp turn.
Tanzania halts copper exports, claiming political unrest is a real metal thief.
Serbian government halts all trains for the weekend, claiming public safety. Nothing says, "We're listening to your grievances," like stranding citizens and hoping the lack of locomotion will silence their voices.
They say reroutes $14,000 from Arizona pastor to Ogden candidate. Calls it strategic funding. The age-old game of political hot potato, where dollars bounce around like a beach ball at a summer festival, only to land in the lap of democracy's next unwitting puppet.
Toronto Blue Jays edge Dodgers, claiming destiny is on their side but forgetting fate's a fickle fan. In the World Series of Life, even a 3-2 lead is just one curveball away from heartbreak.
When diplomacy fails, missiles fly, and the only energy flowing is the electrifying tension of geopolitical chess played with real lives.
Top audio engineers double mastering volume, dismissing high specs as irrelevant. Welcome to the sonic arms race, where louder is better and fidelity is a relic of the past, like CDs and common sense.
Alain Ciolino pens another American in Paris memoir, insisting the real Paris hides in plain sight. But how real can it be behind rose-colored glasses?
Tanzania re-elects president while hundreds feared dead in unrest. Democracy on trial. When ballots and bullets mix, leadership is less about votes and more about who's left standing when the dust settles.
White House unveils bathroom facelift, claims it symbolizes transparency. Because nothing screams open government like a gold-plated toilet. echoing the hollow flush of taxpayer dollars swirling into oblivion.
Hezbollah rearms, ceasefire teeters, diplomacy plays a risky game. When peace talks sound like war drums, it's a reminder that some agreements are written in disappearing ink.
AI browsers debut with fanfare, but hackers compromise security on day one. When tech dreams become nightmares, it's like handing the keys to your front door to a burglar and asking them to water your plants.
California reports 30% of young men offline and jobless, calls it a hidden crisis while tech giants count their billions. In the land of Silicon Valley, the real disappearing act is young men vanishing from both the workforce and the web, leaving only ghostly echoes of potential.
US evacuates Afghans to safety, then strands them in a desert limbo. It's like setting someone free from a cage just to leave them in a sandstorm, freedom wrapped in a mirage.
South Africa condemns US refugee plan favoring white Afrikaners, calls it racist. When policies echo apartheid, it's a stark reminder that some countries prefer their history lessons in reverse.
Bach Prelude N16 hits YouTube promises to cure insomnia. Even Bach's ghost is rolling over in his grave, wondering if this is what he composed it for, a digital sleep aid.
China builds first wind-powered underwater data center for $226 million, calls it a milestone while the ocean drowns in e-waste.
Only 1% of protests end with tragedy, and this teen's death is a haunting statistic. When faith and fury collide, sometimes the innocent pay the price while the world scrolls on.
Linux vendors embrace Ubuntu, promise innovation, deliver fragmentation. When every distro wants to be the chosen one, users are left navigating a labyrinth of half-baked features and incompatible updates.
When even the queen of conspiracy wants receipts, you know the grift has gone off the rails.
Healthcare premiums spike as ACA open enrollment begins, proving once again that access comes with the side of sticker shock. As premiums rise, Americans ponder if health insurance now includes coverage for the inevitable heart attack caused by its own price tag.
Democrats clash with unions, then blame shutdown woes on Republicans. When political allies turn into frenemies, workers become the collateral damage in a game that never seems to end.
China and Canada leaders meet after 8 years, claim it's to reset ties despite ongoing trade wars. It's like a dysfunctional family reunion pretending to hug while secretly checking for weapons under the table.
With gravelly vocals and coal-stained hands, Umbra invites you to a sonic bender where the music's the only thing left standing after the spree.
Only 12% of Halloween songs break into mainstream playlists, and B. Villa calls it a haunting success. Ah, the annual tradition of trying to make spooky music a thing, like pumpkin spice lattes with a synthesizer.
Heritage Foundation president defends Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes, despite anti-Semitism charges.
Only 20% of bands from the 80s still tour, and the Jesus and Mary chain calls it a revival. Nothing says eternal like the sound of distorted guitars and nostalgia-fueled ticket sales spinning faster than a vinyl on a turntable.
When pop stars seek wisdom, expect catchy hooks wrapped in life lessons that sound deep until you realize it's just another verse-chorus verse.
Serbian government faces tens of thousands protesting a year after a deadly roof collapse that crushed hopes alongside concrete. The crowd dreams of justice while the government offers condolences as hollow as the collapsed structure. Will they rebuild trust or just another roof?
Hurricane Melissa devastates Jamaica, then prompts more climate denial. When nature screams for attention, some still plug their ears with fossil fuel profits, ignoring the chaos they helped unleash.
New York City mayoral race pits social media against tradition, but polls still can't predict meme magic. In a city where skyscrapers touch the sky, the real contest is whether hashtags can topple the old political guard.
Only 20% of US homes change hands, and the real estate industry calls it a market pause instead of a slump. Housing market stagnation transforms the American dream into a stationary nightmare where even the tumbleweeds refuse to roll through.
When geopolitics becomes a playground, the bullies pretend they're referees, all while holding the rulebook upside down.
Sudan's RSF slaughters hundreds in Darfur hospital, then kidnaps the doctors who dared to save lives. When your life-saving skills make you a target, it's clear the real disease is power, unchecked, and compassion in chains.
Tech group begs Trump to quash AI copyright lawsuits while branding themselves as progressive. When your progressive badge is just a cheap sticker, you might as well ask the fox to guard the henhouse.
Trump and Xi meet, but oil remains unchanged as India scales back Russian crude purchases, proving diplomacy isn't always a lubricant. When symmetry results in little more than a diplomatic handshake, the real winners are the oil barrels that remain unsold and unspoiled.
Retired detective suspect's widow long after wealthy doctor's 2014 murder. When justice drags its feet, suspicion becomes a shadow that even the Florida sun can't chase away.
In Texas, freedom apparently means picking which parts of the Constitution to ignore based on who you love. Wall Street plans ETF to mimic U.S. government stock buys, calls it innovative. When capitalism starts eating its own tail, Wall Street finds a way to sell the spectacle back to us with a management fee.
When the world feels like a country song gone wrong.
Tanzania's government denies involvement as 700 killed in election protests, claiming peaceful intentions. In the land of safari dreams, democracy seems to have been poached by those with a taste for blood and power.
Wall Street claims AI fuels historic stock run, markets cheer.
Trade truces are the new reality TV. Lots of drama, no script, and viewers left wondering who gets voted off the island next.
Hurricane Melissa barrels towards Jamaica as a Category 5, Earth's strongest storm of 2025, and climate denialists call it a hoax. When the seas rise and winds howl, the only thing more dangerous than the storm is the silence from those who should have acted.
In this geopolitical soap opera, Peace is the series finale that never airs, while civilians binge-watch the reruns of Despair.
Australia and India retry second T20, first match washed away. Cricket fans holding umbrellas in hopes, watching the heavens decide which team gets to bat or just swim to victory.
Like a diet where you gain weight, the numbers look good on paper, but the belt still feels tighter.
U.S. courts block Trump from halting food aid during government shutdown. Judges remind the administration that hunger doesn't take a vacation just because politicians can't agree on a budget.
Senators stranded in D.C. due to flight delays while the government keeps shutting down. When the pilots of democracy can't even take off, maybe it's time to ground the whole circus.
Kid Rock receives urgent request from Special Olympics after slur-laden costume reveal. When your Halloween horror is a PR nightmare, maybe it's time to retire the rock and roll drama.
Australia's opposition rejects fixing flawed nature bill, calling it not their job. When politicians refuse to improve legislation, it's like a chef saying it's not their job to season the soup. Everyone suffers bland results.
Dropkick Murphys ignite Leipzig with a fiery punk show, defying apathy with every chord. In a world where rebellion sells out arenas, the true revolution is keeping your soul unsold and your message uncompromised.
Only 12% of workers can afford daily takeout, and corporate executives call it an economic adjustment. When a sandwich costs more than your dignity, and your boss still asks why you're not smiling, it's time for a lunch rebellion.
Spotify launches Echoes Know My Name for free, but you'll need to sell your soul for premium. Because nothing says hold on like buffering your favorite track while your wallet screams for mercy.
Exxon and Chevron boost oil output exceed Wall Street's wildest dreams. When oil giants outperform, it's like the planet's running a fever and the stock market prescribes more fossil fuel. Everyone cheers while the air sweats.
Nissan predicts $1.8 billion loss, blames turnaround pressure, while executives enjoy luxury perks. When a car company crashes, it's the workers left without airbags, while the C-suite glides on golden parachutes.
Spotify discovers 10 new Scottish bands weekly, but only 2% make it to your playlist. Finding new music is like panning for gold in a sea of algorithmic mud. The gems are there, but they're buried deep.
U.S. cities deploy robots, promise efficiency while replacing humans. When robots clock in, human workers clock out. The future of employment looks shiny, automated, and utterly indifferent to your mortgage.
Only 20% of Houston families receive SNAP aid, while politicians debate budget cuts over steak dinners.
When big tech starts to slip even after the money tap opens wider, you know the economy's on a roller coaster without seatbelts.
Microsoft Edge adds scareware sensor, claims faster scam detection. While Edge tries to protect you from scams, the biggest con might be thinking anyone actually wants to use Edge in the first place.
When handshakes are the only thing accomplished, you might as well have stayed home and watched a cooking show instead.
Governor Newsom slams Trump's nuclear test plan, calling it weakness masquerading as strength, as if toxic masculinity needed a new anthem. Nothing screams insecurity louder than playing with nukes to distract from your own imploding political circus. It's like using a sledgehammer to swat a fly.
Politicians squabbling at a youth event is like watching toddlers fight over a sandbox, except these toddlers have a say in national policy.
Asian firms brace for new carbon rules, expect costs to skyrocket. When climate goals come with a price tag, the real challenge is deciding who foots the bill, Mother Nature or your wallet?
Scout motors ditches screens for buttons, calls it a return to sanity. In a world where touchscreens rule, Scout's embracing buttons feels like finding a rotary phone in an iPhone factory, refreshingly retro and a little rebellious.
The Nationals ditch net zero targets, proudly waving the flag of climate regression, as if the future was just a conspiracy theory. Celebrating environmental rollback like it's a victory dance at a fossil fuel prom, someone forgot to tell them the planet isn't a renewable resource.
ACA open enrollment begins with spike in healthcare premiums. Skyrocketing prices and expiring subsidies make health insurance feel like a luxury yacht, only this yacht is on fire and sinking fast.
Watching a former president lose his way on stage is like watching a GPS recalculating in real time, awkward, uncertain, and a bit embarrassing.
Democrats should attack Trump but instead fight each other. It's like a cage match where the audience is rooting for the referee. Trump's got them tangled up in their own ropes.
OpenAI launches Aardvark, claims it patches code errors, because who needs human error when you can have AI error instead? As we hand over debugging to the machines, let's hope they don't find fixing humanity's flaws a more pressing priority.
Putin's envoy Dmitriev continues talks with U.S. officials, calls it diplomacy while sanctions simmer. It's like inviting a fox to discuss henhouse security. You know someone's getting plucked, but they call it progress.
Administration claims war powers law doesn't apply to Trump's boat strikes. Apparently,
Nautical loopholes are the new frontier in creative legal interpretation. Next, they'll argue the ocean is outside U.S. jurisdiction.
Nvidia is now worth $5 trillion, calls it progress while consolidating power in the AI boom. It's like crowning the king of silicon. The more chips they stack, the more freedom fries under their reign.
Carney confirms apology to Trump, then distances himself from anti-tariff ads saying, "Not something I would have done." It's the political cha-cha. One step back, 2 steps deeper into the swamp of spinelessness.
Dutch far-right leader claims election rigged lacks evidence. It's amazing how losing graciously has become as rare as finding a unicorn in your backyard. Conspiracy theories are the new consolation prize.
When a sale boasts factory seconds, it's like saying almost perfect, because nothing says gourmet like slightly warped cookware with a discount.
Rachel Reeves targets pricey properties with a tax rate because taxing the rich is apparently still considered revolutionary. As the wealthy clutch their pearls, the rest of us wonder if they'll survive the shocking prospect of paying their fair share.
Only 32% of federal employees continue without pay, and the administration calls it business as usual. When the government runs on IOUs, it's a wonder the lights are still on, but hey, who needs groceries, right?
Because nothing validates your intelligence like comparing it to someone who writes headlines for a living and thinks coffee is a food group.
Atlas browser promises to be anti-web, yet it still can't resist the allure of Taylor Swift's sequence. When your anti-web browser gets distracted by pop stars, maybe it's not the internet that's the problem but the users.
Hedge funds predict yen's nosedive to 160 per dollar because gambling on economic chaos is just another Tuesday. While the yen braces for a bungee jump, hedge fund managers prepare to roll in dough like it's a new Olympic sport.
Nvidia hits $5 trillion valuation, claiming it's just the beginning. When you're sitting on a mountain of silicon gold, every tech bubble looks like a trampoline.
Because nothing says cutting-edge television like sweeping ice and hoping viewers find absurdity in a sport that's like chess, but colder and with brooms.
Oil prices drop post-Trump XA summit, though the surplus supply stays as sticky as a toddler's fingers after a candy binge. As oil slides, the only thing more slippery than the prices is the diplomacy between these two world leaders.
Coal industry struggles as plants generate under 40% of U.S. electricity. Apparently, bankruptcy is the new black gold, and environmental progress means letting fossil fuels go the way of the dinosaurs they once were.
When music marketing tries to sell rebellion, they forget the real rebels don't wear price tags.
Meta requests court dismiss AI lawsuit, insists downloaded porn was just for personal use, not algorithmic titillation. If only personal use covered training AIs to understand human nature better than the humans at Meta seem to.
Trump orders nuclear weapons tests, then meets with President Xi. Diplomacy with a side of radioactive bravado. Nothing says global peace like a handshake and a countdown to chaos.
European stocks slip after 4 months of gains. Optimism falters. Even optimism has an expiration date. Who knew stock markets could have mood swings worse than a teenager's social life?
India's top refiner buys Russian oil, calls it strategic independence. In the global game of oil Tetris, India just flipped the board while the US was busy reading the rulebook upside down.
Neil Young denounces Trump and tech billionaires as looting oligarchs in video aims to rock the establishment's foundation. Who knew folk rock could pack more punch than a presidential tweet? Maybe it's time to replace debates with guitar solos.
AV44 drops Cali Love in Deutsch RXG Funk 2025 Nobody Notices. The music industry's latest experiment in nostalgia feels like trying to sell bottled sunshine to a city that only knows rain.
US public health officials detect pox variant, call it under control. If vigilance were a vaccine, the officials might just save us from the next viral plot twist while we binge watch disaster movies.
SoundCloud disables JavaScript, freestyling its own compatibility issues. When the tech ghosts come haunting, even your browser needs a seance to play the latest tracks. Happy debugging Halloween style?
US military targets alleged drug boats with strikes claim success despite murky waters of legality. When your war on drugs turns into a naval drama, maybe it's time to admit you're just treading water.
Microsoft Azure outage exposes cloud's fragility, claims configuration error. When your digital lifeline hiccups because someone sneezed on a server, maybe it's time to reconsider what cloud really means, a foggy mess of broken promises.
Tracy Morgan survives crash, finds life's fragility in the wreckage. When steel meets soul on the highway of life, even the funniest stories get a tragic punchline. Cherish the ride, folks.
Trump praises amazing meeting with President Xi, then tweets complaints. Diplomacy in the age of contradictions. One moment it's handshakes and smiles, the next it's social media spats and trade wars.
When autocracy crashes, the Democracy Party, just call it an electoral misunderstanding. Who needs free will when you've got a ballot box illusion?
Sepp Straka skips European Tour finale for newborn son, proving some victories aren't measured by trophies. When your greatest win is a bundle of joy, the only green you need is the nursery walls.
Arcade Fire's Win Butler and Raging Chastain split, yet promise the music plays on. When personal harmony ends, but the show must go on, it's a symphony of awkward solos. Who knew Discord could still sell concert tickets?
Trump denies or bans exemption requests from Russian oil sanctions, then praises tough stance.
U.S. Venezuela strikes report triggers panic on U.S. aircraft carrier island because who needs peace when you can have chaos? When diplomacy's a distant memory and fear's the flavor of the day, the islanders find solace in stockpiling canned beans and conspiracy theories.
Dubai Cafe sells coffee at $1,000 a cup brewed from Panamanian beans because why not? In a world where caffeine addiction meets conspicuous consumption, sipping luxury is just another way to say, I have more money than sense.
Man survives with pig kidney for 9 months, then faces organ removal. A medical milestone or a temporary band-aid. The line between breakthrough and breakdown blurs when the solution is as temporary as a politician's promise.
Convertible bond boom nets LMR traders a 30% gain, but don't worry, the rest of us still get pocket change. While hedge fund wizards conjure fortunes from financial alchemy, the rest of us are left to wonder if our piggy banks are convertible too.
Mass General Brigham links COVID-19 in pregnancy to neurodevelopmental disorders in kids under 3, as if the pandemic wanted one more encore. Just when you thought the virus was done rewriting life's script, it decides to pen a sequel starring the next generation.
Ultra-Orthodox Israelis protest conscription, then demand exemption remains. When faith meets the draft car, suddenly piety becomes a shield against duty, leaving others to fight while they march for divine exceptions.
If you didn't dance with the Atlanta spirits back then, maybe it's time to see if their haunting beats can finally raise your pulse.
Mathematicians claim universe can't be a simulation, proving our existential dread was just a glitch in the matrix. Congrats folks, reality's not a video game, but your existential crises still come with 0 cheat codes or save points.
Garage rockers release Sleepy Hollow, then hope for awakening. In a world where nostalgia sells, bands cling to past echoes, hoping their vintage vibes break through the noise of modern indifference.
Trump meets Xi at APEC summit, but only one captain steers this ship. While Trump plays with handshakes like a toddler with blocks, Xi's quiet confidence suggests he's already charted the course, and it's not towards Mar-a-Lago.
Russia deploys 170,000 troops to Donetsk, labels it a peacekeeping mission. Ah, the classic Russian peacekeeping approach. Send in the troops, claim the land, and call it a day. Who needs diplomacy when you have a military parade?
When military readiness becomes a political chess piece, the world watches as leaders play with lives like pawns on a global board.
When bullets fly, it seems the only thing shooting faster is the irony of fearing the problem.
Only 1% of sports fatalities involve cricket, yet Ben Austin's tragic death reminds us of the sport's hidden perils. In a game where the biggest danger seems to be boredom, a 17-year-old's life was cut short by the cruel randomness of a wayward ball.
Hungary rejects Ukraine but embraces Western Balkans, calling it strategic.
Trump builds a new tower near the UN, calls it diplomacy in concrete. Nothing says world peace like casting a shadow over international diplomacy with a monument to ego. Who knew skyscrapers were the new olive branches?
U.S. Senate votes to end Trump's tariffs on 100 countries, then calls it a victory for global trade. Breaking down barriers like a bull in a china shop, the Senate finally realizes tariffs aren't just a tax on foreign goods, they're a tax on common sense.
Toronto FC signs Terrence Boyd from Germany promises goals. When a struggling team banks on an international striker, it's like buying a lottery ticket with yesterday's numbers, hopeful but not exactly groundbreaking.
Mazda unveils rotary hybrid concept in Tokyo, promising a sustainable tomorrow.
Myanmar rebels agree to withdraw from 2 towns. Then China calls it a diplomatic triumph. When the peace broker is also the arms dealer, you know the house always wins. Who knew conflict resolution came with a side of irony?
When climate talks depend on political pen pals, it's like asking a fox to guard the henhouse. Expect a lot of feathers, not much else.
Trump orders nuclear testing after Russia flaunts underwater drone, claiming it's a defensive move. Yes, because nothing says defense like lighting up the planet with nuclear fireworks, all while playing a high-stakes game of my bomb is bigger than yours.
Nurse banned for kissing mental health patient, then took him to an escape room. Because nothing says professional boundaries like a locked room of puzzles with your vulnerable charge. Just what the doctor didn't order.
Only 12% of teenagers recognize Teenage Fan Club, and the music industry calls it a classic.
Steph Norija drops VGBND rave, hip-hop with a twist. When beats sound like a blender full of old mixtapes and broken promises, you know the rave is more about chaos than cohesion.
Only 19% of clubgoers recognize Real McCoy, and the dance scene calls it a revival.
Colombia's central bank freezes interest rates at 9.25%, despite inflation storm clouds. When your economic strategy is to play freeze tag with interest rates, you might just end up frozen in place while inflation has a dance party.
Ukrainian drones
target Moscow Oblast, causing a blackout, and Moscow calls it sabotage. When your power grid is as stable as a house of cards in a hurricane, maybe it's time to rethink your defenses, not your excuses.
Only 25% of horror fans can explain why they're scared, yet Hollywood calls it psychological depth. Fear is personal, sure, but Hollywood's more interested in selling jump scares than dissecting phobias. They'd rather cash in on screams than explore the psyche.
Analysts praise Carnegie meeting as harmonious yet suggest caution in further steps. When diplomacy is described like a jazz concert, you know the next act might just be a cacophony of economic improvisation.
Heidi Klum spends 6 figures on Halloween costume while the rest of us dig through last year's clearance bin. Hollywood's annual masquerade of excess reminds us that for some, every day is Halloween dressing up to hide the emptiness inside.
HHS.gov blames Democrats for the shutdown in a banner, then claims neutrality. When a government website becomes a political billboard, it's less about legality and more about how low the bar can go.
UN Human Rights Chief.
Only 20% of Tempe residents bask in nightlife serenity, as urban planners claim it's the finished dream.
In a world where clicks matter more than context, even castles become mere backdrops for the digital parade of self-importance.
ASEAN and China upgrade free trade agreement, promising prosperity while workers brace for the same old exploitation. When upgrades sound like prosperity but translate to the same low wages and higher profits, someone's got a better deal, and it's not the workers.
Princes Group plc prices IPO at rock bottom, hopes London's listing dreams won't sink with it. When even canned peaches and fish fingers can't keep the market afloat, you know the financial seas are choppier than a blender full of sardines.
When style points outshine the scoreboard, all that glitters is not gold. Sometimes it's just a well-lit path to disappointment.
Only 20% of adults report sermorelin benefits, and the study calls it progress. When your miracle peptide only works for 1 in 5, maybe it's time to redefine benefit, or just admit the placebo's doing all the heavy lifting.
Guinea-Bissau arrests top officers for coup attempt. Election season begins with a bang.
When your pop culture extravaganza can't even stream the opening act, maybe it's time to reconsider the price of admission or just call it offline night.
When leadership means dodging accountability like a game of dodgeball, you know the military's new strategy is just ducking out before the blame lands.
Trump wants 10 new monuments by 2030. Says it's the only way to achieve immortality. Forget the afterlife. When you're a real estate mogul turned president,
It's all about concrete legacies, not pearly gates. Heaven can wait. There's always room for another statue.
Ohio redraws districts giving GOP edge, then calls it fair play.
Qatar gifted Trump a jet, lands in Waco during secret airfield tour. Because nothing says subtle diplomacy like a personalized flying palace. When you're a global power player, every runway is a stage, and every touchdown a spectacle. Who needs Air Force One when you've got Qatari gold wings?
When progress is measured in reverse, we're left with a future where the only discovery is how fast we can dig our own graves.
Carista debuts coding model with multi-agent interface, solving nothing but its own press release hunger. In a world where tech companies reinvent the wheel as a hexagon, Curisa's multi-agent chaos promises to do everything at once and nothing at all.
Keith Brock uses R word on live TV. Special Olympics calls him out because humor tact and sensitivity weren't part of the rockstar starter package. When you're aiming for shock value, maybe try a new tune instead of recycling the same old offensive slurs. Here's hoping for a more evolved Halloween costume, like empathy.
Greece buys weapons as allies sell arms to Turkey, then call it diplomacy. In the world's oldest democracy, peace is apparently a commodity traded like olive oil, except with more boom and fewer health benefits.
Only 30% of classic rock fans remember Rollins' band, and nostalgia calls it a revival. In the era of endless remakes, even forgotten tunes find a second life among weed-scented playlists. Maybe it's time for a new anthem. High self-reflection.
US ranks first in housing affordability, then hands citizens a magnifying glass to find their savings. While America wins the affordability crown, most citizens still need a treasure map to locate where their paycheck hides after the mortgage.
Bryan Adams claims invisibility in Rock's fraternity and laments lack of invites. It's tough when your personal summer of '69 is stuck in perpetual winter, leaving you on the outside of the industry's velvet rope.
Jerome Powell declares AI hiring apocalypse real, then job creation flatlines. When the Fed chair sounds like a doomsday prophet, you know the economy's got more twists than a Black Mirror episode. Maybe it's time to reboot our priorities before the machines do it for us.
Team builds computer to streamline AI efficiency, then forgets human brains still run on caffeine. While the tech world cheers for an AI boost, the rest of us still need our morning coffee to remember where we left our keys.
Tesla recalls nearly 6,000 Cybertrucks in the US due to faulty off-road light bars. Seems like even futuristic trucks need a little more than just a flashy light show to navigate the real-world terrain of consumer expectations.
When your catchy tune is as disposable as a plastic pumpkin, maybe the true horror is the music industry's recycling bin. But hey, at least the beat's got a spooky groove.
White House ballroom contractors vanish, then reappear with a secret basement blueprint. Looks like the dance floor will have a new underground beat, perhaps a tango with transparency or a waltz with whispers of scandal.
Democratic representatives demands former Prince Andrew testify over Epstein, but royal silence is the loudest sound in the room. When a royal title can't shield you from the skeletons in your closet, maybe it's time to face the music, or at least the subpoena.
Earth Overshoot Day hits its earliest date ever, setting a grim new record. Congratulations, humanity. We've managed to bankrupt nature's budget quicker than ever before. Maybe next year we can aim to be broke by spring.
Israel bombs South Gaza as Palestinians live ceasefire without peace, proving that even truces can be weapons.
Jamaica secures insurance policy, now cashes in post-Hurricane Melissa. While the world fiddles with climate chaos, Jamaica's playing the insurance game like a pro, proving foresight beats hindsight any stormy day.
Trump 79 complains about working really hard then boasts of trillions secured. When you're too busy counting imaginary trillions to notice the real world crumbling around you, it might be time for a reality check.
Five new suspects arrested in Louvre heist, but the jewels are still missing because who needs evidence when you have scapegoats? It's like a magic trick. The suspects appear, the jewels disappear, and the only thing left is the audience's disbelief.
Xbox handheld experience redefined. Best version skips Xbox console entirely. When your iconic brand's best experience is found elsewhere, it's time to question what you're really selling, a console or just nostalgia on a loop.
When a town is flattened, but leaders call it a manageable situation, you know spin control is the only thing left standing.
Jannik Sinner trounces Alexander Zverev in Paris, setting up a final against Felix Auger-Aliassime to inch closer to world #1 because tennis is the new Game of Thrones. The court is a battlefield and Sinner's out for the Iron Throne, while Zverev's left wondering if he even had a dragon in the first place.
Trump strikes deals and dances in Asia, touting nuclear subs, while the world asks if the tango was worth the fallout. When your foreign policy is a shat shop of charm and arms, you might just waltz into a Cold War.
Museum finds new sauropod in dusty drawer, then claims scientific breakthrough. When your greatest discovery is an oversight, it's time to question the state of paleontology, or at least your filing system.
Californian redistricting vote divides. Some fear exclusion, while others eager to confront Trump. When democracy becomes an intricate jigsaw puzzle, the pieces don't always fit the way you want, especially when the picture includes a familiar orange hue.
Turning tariffs into lemonade sounds sweet until you realize the sugar comes from taxing your morning coffee.
When the calendar holds more power than public health, you know democracy is just a fancy word for organized chaos.
GOP blamed for ECA inaction, as health premiums poised to skyrocket. When your healthcare plan is as stable as a house of cards in a windstorm, it's no wonder the premiums hit the stratosphere. The real cure? Maybe some political accountability.
King Charles strips Prince Andrew of titles and evicts him from Royal Lodge, calling it a new chapter of accountability. Royal drama hits new heights as the monarchy tries to sanitize its image by tossing out the tarnished family silver.
Couple hooks up, hides chilling secret, shocks open community. When transparency turns opaque, even the most open doors can slam shut, leaving you questioning if honesty was ever truly on the menu.
President Trump denies planning U.S. strikes on Venezuela, contradicting earlier statements amid military buildup. Like a magician with a leaky hat, Trump waves away his own words, hoping we forget the rabbit he just pulled out.
Ukraine inks 20-plus arms deals and global peace shrugs. When the ink dries on weapon contracts faster than on peace treaties, maybe it's time to question who's really profiting from these signatures. Peace might just be the hardest sell.
Only 12% of tourists visit Poland's hidden gems, and travel influencers call it undiscovered. Poland's treasures are like the best-kept secret, whispered in the shadowy corners of Europe, while everyone else chases the same tired postcards.
When even your own party treats your ideas like a bad Tinder date, it might be time to swipe left on the chaos and find a new strategy.
Radio host slams Hakeem Jeffries as Chuck E. Cheese Obama, and irony dies of laughter. When the political critique sounds like a kid's birthday party, maybe it's time to ask if the clown is holding the mic or just running the show.
Dodgers clinch World Series after Smith-Homer, then history repeats. Winning back-to-back championships is impressive, but let's not forget that the real MVP is the relentless advertising that makes every inning feel like a corporate seminar.
Hackers exploit Adobe Commerce flaw, impacting over 250 Magento stores overnight. Like a digital smash and grab, hackers leave online retailers scrambling, proving once again that in the cyber Wild West, security is only as strong as last week's patch.
Trump and Xi agree on trade truce, then tech giants splurge. While leaders play nice for a year, Meta and Microsoft dive into an AI spending spree, because who cares about economic stability when you can have an arms race in digital dominance?
Only 4% of US states fund domestic violence prevention, and Congress calls it progress. When states leave survivors to fend for themselves, the message is clear. Empathy isn't in the budget, but neglect is always on sale.
Meta's newest AI tool claims to fight misinformation, but it still spreads cat memes. Like a bouncer in a nightclub of truth, Meta's AI lets in the fluff while the facts wait outside, hoping for a miracle on the guest list.
Ted Cruz warns Jewish Republicans about anti-Semitism, then votes against hate crime legislation. When the fox guards the henhouse, don't be shocked when feathers fly and the rooster's speeches are all clucks and no action.
Pentagon chief visits Vietnam, arms talks drag on. As the military-industrial complex stretches its legs in Southeast Asia, one wonders if peace ever stood a chance against the allure of weapon contracts and geopolitical chess games.
Spotify's algorithm crowns The Crux Deluxe as best album, but listeners still prefer oldies. Like a robot DJ with a vinyl allergy, Spotify's algorithm spins the same tracks while the classics gather dust, proving nostalgia's a tougher nut to crack than digital playlists.
UCLA Health links baby poop to future therapy bills, but toddler tantrums remain unchanged. Forget the terrible twos. It's the bacteria in the diaper plotting the emotional roller coaster ahead. Will probiotics replace pacifiers in the battle against childhood angst?
Cordless stick vacuum marked down $50 promises spotless floors. It's a small price to pay for the illusion of cleanliness while we ignore the dirt embedded in corporate practices and the dust settling on accountability.
Only 30% of singles prioritize love over money, and reality calls it romance. In a world where love is supposed to conquer all, it seems Cupid's arrows are priced according to your credit score, because nothing says "I do" like a bank statement.
Meta tumbles 11% after AI debt gamble, but investors still expect Zuckerbucks to reboot reality. When a tech giant bets the farm on AI, Wall Street's left wondering if the metaverse will have a currency or just wishful thinking.
Legendary DJ Pierre Robert dies at 70, leaves a silent booth. The airwaves lost a rebel voice, but mainstream radio keeps spinning the same sanitized tunes, drowning out the true sound of dissent.
U.S. military extends National Guard deployment in Washington, D.C. until February, because nothing screams peace like indefinite martial presence. When democracy's capital needs a military babysitter, you start to wonder if the real threat is a lack of adult supervision.
Chill playlist claims to be the best, while stress levels rise. In a world spiraling out of control, soothing beats are just another band-aid on a bullet hole, masking the chaos with ambient illusions.
Polish government excludes firm Xdrag from road tender after AI-generated bid cites fake legal cases, proving even robots can be pathological liars. When the road to progress is paved with bogus AI-generated claims, maybe it's time we hand the wheel back to the humans.
Because nothing says peace talks
like sending in missiles named after a weapon used to scalp your enemies.
Stocks hold steady as trumpet talks deliver truce. Markets hover near record highs. It's the financial equivalent of a ceasefire with a side of denial. The markets dance on a tightrope, blissfully ignoring the gaping void below.
Katy Perry tosses birthday cake to the floor because nothing screams celebration like a frosting-covered health hazard for her backup dancers. When your dance crew needs a hard hat to party, maybe it's time to rethink your idea of a sweet surprise.
Senators slammed Trump administration for excluding Democrats from drug vote strike briefing, proving bipartisan unity is just a fairy tale. Apparently, the only bipartisan agreement left is that transparency is overrated.
Demi Lovato recreates her viral Poot Lovato meme for Halloween, embracing absurdity. When life gives you viral memes, dress up as your own punchline. It's the ultimate flex in a world where reality is a costume party.
Trump administration lets federal shutdown hit 30 days, calls it leverage. When your political strategy involves holding citizens hostage, maybe it's time to redefine public service to exclude public suffering.
Nationals decide against net zero commitment. Critics call them profoundly out of touch. When you ignore climate change, you might as well be shouting into the void. The future won't wait for fossilized thinking to catch up.
Israeli strike kills 2 Palestinians despite Gaza ceasefire, redefining ceasefire as more of a suggestion than a promise. When even truces have loopholes, peace becomes just another casualty in the endless cycle of conflict.
Federal judge halts Trump's citizenship-proof demand on voting forms, deems it unnecessary. When your democracy needs a passport at the ballot box, maybe it's time to admit you're less about liberty and more about the litmus tests.
Blue Owl CEO touts healthy private credit, dismisses critics as hysterical. When the fox guards the henhouse, it's always the hens that are just hysterical. Who knew that wealth acceleration was the new Prozac?
Only 30% of PHP servers withstand botnet attacks, and tech companies call it an acceptable loss. When your security plan resembles Swiss cheese, expect the rodents of cybercrime to feast.
Russia deploys missile in Ukraine, same type that prompted Trump to exit nuclear treaty. A missile so nice they used it twice. Who needs diplomacy when you can just recycle the tools of destruction and call it strategy?
Hot Club Denax releases Sweet Georgia Brown swinging into nostalgia. Jazz swings like a pendulum between the devil-may-care joy of the past and the constant grind of the present, all while keeping perfect time.
Ukraine claims troops hold ground in Pokrovsk, contradicting reports of Russian advances.
Trump administration approves TikTok deal, then claims it's a victory for national security. When your idea of a security win is selling out to the highest bidder, it's time to redefine patriotism.
Only 10% of rock stars
admit feeling invisible, and Bryan Adams calls it freedom.
Only 20% of Serbian officials attend train collapse commemoration, and the government calls it solidarity. When the weight of apathy collapses harder than a train station, it's a miracle the people stand up at all.
Mauricio Macri slammed Javier Milei's cabinet pick, proving even political bedfellows have spats over breakfast. In the tango of politics, it's all fun and games until someone steps on a partner's toes.
When your strongest weapon is a strongly worded letter, don't be surprised if the bullets don't care.
When your algorithm thinks a hangover anthem is the soundtrack of enlightenment, maybe it's been sipping too much of its own Kool-Aid.
Mattress industry promises comfort but delivers confusion with every spring and foam. Finding the right mattress is like searching for peace in a world that profits from your insomnia, all while lying flat on false guarantees.
Trump limits refugee admissions to 7,500, but prioritizes white South Africans. In the land of the free, equality's just another word when the color of your passport matters more than the content of your character.
Lily Allen unveils West End Girl album, declares intimacy messy. When life gives you lemons, turn them into album tracks and watch the world sing along to your chaos.
Love Heist charges 2 more, crown jewels still missing. Justice system plays catch up while the real prize remains hidden, as if the thieves took a masterclass in vanishing acts from the world's renowned art.
From Stringer Bell to Stringing Beats, Elba's career reminds us that acting is just one gig in the grand festival of fame.
It's not every day you see 500 million go missing without someone noticing, unless your job involves juggling other people's billions.
Government plays Hunger Games with citizens' stomachs, while officials argue semantics in their ivory towers, proving once again that empathy doesn't fill bellies.
Only 30% of South Bronx children have access to arts programs, and politicians call it progress. In a world where dreams are rationed like bread, Eliza's imagination defies the odds stacked like skyscrapers against her.
China and Canada leaders meet after 8 years, promise reset. After nearly a decade of icy silence, they're finally talking, proving that in geopolitics, it's never too late for an awkward first date.
When your hawks start questioning your war games, maybe it's time to swap the battleships for a reality check.
Throwing millions at the problem is like using a band-aid on a bullet wound. It's more about optics than actually feeding families.
Wall Street tumbles as traders juggle US-China trade truce and lackluster tech earnings, while the Fed plays coy. When the stock market feels like a soap opera, maybe it's time for traders to take up knitting instead.
Goldman CEO predicts U.S. debt reckoning blames lack of growth. When the economic weatherman from Goldman Sachs warns of storms, you know it's time to check your umbrella for holes in maybe your offshore accounts.
Ministry declares every day is Halloween with synth pop flair, then the calendar screams. When reality feels like a horror movie, sometimes you just need a soundtrack to dance through the apocalypse.
Trump administration approves more fossil fuel projects, even as government shutdown halts other operations. When the lights go out, it seems the fossil fuel industry still knows how to find the switch.
Financial analysts tout AI stocks to buy and time it when bubble bursts. Investing in hype is like betting on a mirage. Just because it glitters doesn't mean it's gold, especially when the dust settles.
Scientists reclassify teen T-Rex fossil as new Tyrannosaur, proving dinosaurs had just as much identity crisis as teenagers today. Who knew the prehistoric drama of mistaken identity would rival an episode of Dino 9021? Next up, a fossil reveal party.
Michigan law strips townships of power to block battery facilities despite local officials' objections. Looks like democracy's got a dead battery, while big industry keeps driving the car.
Looks like the trade war's getting a sequel, but this time it's more of a buddy comedy with a twist of espionage. Wall Street analysts fear rising debt, yet celebrate record stock valuations. The financial world's haunted house, where every corner reveals a new spectre of risk, yet investors keep partying like the ghosts aren't real.
Indian intelligence allegedly coerces Pakistani fishermen into espionage, proving even international intrigue can't resist a good fishtail twist. When life gives you lemons, make lemonade. When life gives you fishermen, apparently make spies.
NYC faces lawsuit over voyeuristic police surveillance, yet insists it's for public safety.
ECB claims data turns slightly better, then admits inflation remains near 2%. In the grand performance of economic optimism, a slight improvement is the encore that leaves everyone wondering if the curtain will ever really come down.
Boris Johnson urges Tories to embrace green agenda just after their climate stance turned a shade of coal. The Tories treating the environment like a speed bump on the way to elections, only to find the road leads to a cliff.
Chevron CFO predicts oil slump through 2026 despite industry's cries of scarcity. When oil execs forecast a drought while swimming in surplus, it's like a magician lamenting the disappearance of rabbits while their hat overflows.
Oil prices dip as Trump and Xi chat, waiting for OPEC blast to sprinkle more barrels on the market.
It's the diplomatic equivalent of a soap opera where the protagonists keep promising drama but deliver reruns of the same tired plot.
AI disables intruder prompts chaos in family room. When your security system thinks Bambi is a burglar, it's time to question if technology is really making our homes any smarter or just more entertaining.
Trump meets Xi for 2-hour showdown, claiming victory in a game of who's the bigger bully. When two bullies collide, everyone else sidesteps the playground, wondering if playground rules even apply anymore.
Only 3% of album covers feature actual humans, and Helm's synthwave artwork stays firmly in the pixelated fantasy zone. It's the digital dreamscape where neon nostalgia meets a future that never was, promising vibes over veracity and beats over biographies.
Health transparency gets lost in the MRI machine, echoing with the sound of closed doors and whispered diagnoses.
Grand Egyptian Museum opens with 50,000 artifacts 5 years late. When a nation's history takes longer to display than to build, you know bureaucracy is the true keeper of the past, not the curators.
US slashes research funding by 30%, then wonders why scientists are packing their bags. It's a classic case of expecting innovation to bloom while watering the garden with budget tears and political hot air.
Marjorie Taylor Greene blames GOP for her own split, then forgets she was the one setting fires in their house. Like blaming the match for the arson, she's casting blame as if truth were a conspiracy theory on a bulletin board.
Getty Images captures 450,000 pumpkins at Tully's farm, proving nothing says Halloween like a vast sea of orange gourds.
Alternative comedy lifestyle promises authenticity, then sells you a book on how to be weird. When you need a manual to be yourself, maybe the joke's on the industry selling quirkiness as if it's a costume, not a character.
Rosalia's Bargain concert redefines experimental, and audience members leave with ears ringing from an unexpected symphony of jackhammers. When the orchestra's percussion section is a construction site, you know music is under renovation or demolition.
Air traffic controllers miss first paycheck, then Congress debates vacation days. When the people guiding planes can't afford rent, it's clear the only turbulence in Washington is the moral kind, and it's not clearing up soon.
Only 30% of Andrew's allies remain loyal, and they call it resilience. As the skeletons in Andrew's closet pile up, it seems the only thing scarier than his past is his shrinking circle of friends.
Only 30% of developed economies trust their currencies, and Wall Street calls it stability. When emerging markets and developed nations dance the same tango, the soundtrack is usually a dirge for the global economy.
Federal Reserve cuts interest rates by 0.5%, claims it's a boost for the economy. When the Fed drops rates like confetti, it's a party for Wall Street while Main Street gets handed the cleanup bill.
Sam's profit doubles, then AI chips fuel the frenzy. When the demand for silicon outpaces that for human rights, it's clear we're just cogs in a machine we didn't build but can't escape.
Only 20% of conflict zones receive global attention, and the media calls it comprehensive coverage.
Stephen Miller wields State Department bureaus like fiefdoms, shifting focus to immigration and control. When democracy looks like a medieval reenactment, you know the script got lost somewhere between liberty and feudalism.
Trump's T1 phone vanishes, then promises ring hollow. A phone that's as elusive as its namesake's tax returns. Looks like vaporware is the new wall, and we're all footing the bill.
Iran rebuilds its missile program with China's help, yet Capitol Hill acts surprised. Funny how the arms race is a problem only when it's someone else's turn to sprint.
Victorian Parliament passes first Indigenous treaty while coalition dithers on net zero policy. Australia takes one step forward for Indigenous rights as the coalition treats climate action like it's allergic to progress.
Trump plans to demolish the White House East Wing for a ballroom, yet public opinion crashes the party. Imagine the headlines: historic landmark replaced with gold-plated dance floor. Who knew democracy had a cover charge?
Berkshire Hathaway's earnings soar 34%, yet Buffett hoards $381 billion. Seems like the Oracle of Omaha prefers sitting on cash while the rest of us sit on the edge, wondering if he'll ever make it rain.
Rural makerspaces claim to fuel economic growth, yet only 12% of towns can afford the spark. The dream of a 3D printer in every barn, because nothing says prosperity like artisanal hay balers and DIY pitchforks.
Progressive metal might move hearts, but it seems the only thing moving the climate needle is hot air from politicians.
Trump's farm chief declares failure, then blames it on weather and Democrats. Because when the crops don't grow, it's clearly a political flop and not the fact that corn won't both red or blue.
Developed and emerging currencies sync movements, yet call it a stabilizing trend. When the global economy dances to the same beat, it's less a waltz and more a conga line of shared catastrophe.
When reality is too grim for essays, fiction becomes the refuge for truth, wrapped in the comforting lie of imagination.
Kanye West sells Wyoming Ranch for $14 million and calls it a strategic retreat. When your financial empire crumbles like a Kanye rant, selling the ranch back to its roots is just cowboy capitalism in reverse.
Maria Riva exits the stage at 100, then the lights dim. Longevity in Hollywood is rare, but when you're born into the spotlight, the final curtain call is just another scene in the endless drama.
Paris prosecutors charge 2 more over Louvre heist because art theft is the new black. Stealing art from the Louvre is like robbing a bank with a paintbrush, bold, messy, and inevitably framed by the law.
Israelis protest military draft, but mandatory service remains a dream deferred.
Starlight crackers, crystal tea, brilliant rushes, rocks, waste all the dark flint. So dark horrors, spin everything, you fast feel the steam. Give me terror chances, if you firelights, head of me, one mind. Speakers rupture, my land will feel I roast.
When faith meets conscription, it seems divine intervention is easier to rally than earthly obligation.
Wall Street boom shrinks New York deficit by $3 billion, yet potholes remain the city's most reliable obstacle course. In the Big Apple, Wall Street's magic money tree grows, but the roots don't reach the subway or schools.
Jamie Lee Curtis addresses backlash, then doubles down. When Hollywood royalty speaks, the peasants clutch their pearls. But Curtis knows that silence is complicity, and controversy is just another day at the office.
Only 1% of Reddit users stream Mr. Versetti by Shootypon, and the artist calls it viral. In a world where viral means a sneeze gets more attention than a new track, the music industry keeps its head in the sand.
Doug Ford demands U.S. ambassador apologize for F-bomb tirade, while his own policies drop verbal bombs on social services.
AI investments produce revenue, then reality hits. When the fantasy of infinite growth meets the cold, hard spreadsheet, only the accountants and their calculators come out unscathed.
Republicans and Democrats spend millions on Prop 50, claiming it's for the people. Both parties pour cash into a proposition like it's a Vegas slot machine, hoping to hit the jackpot of voter approval.
Only 10% of partners discuss post-climax cleanup, and Slate's advice column calls it a relationship challenge. When climax cleanup requires a hazmat suit, it's time for a serious talk, or maybe a squeegee and some humor.
Trump appointed Judge Lord's prosecutors on leave for labeling Jern. 6. A riot, despite defendants' armed Obama visit in 2023. When judges cheerlead for chaos, it's like giving a gold star for setting the house on fire. Just another day in the upside down.
Tech companies announce 3 of 10 biggest layoffs, call it streamlining. When the innovation train derails, the first-class passengers get golden parachutes while the rest of us are left counting the wreckage.
YouTube deletes Windows 11 bypass guide, claiming it could cause death. When a software workaround is treated like a lethal weapon, you know tech companies are taking user safety to a whole new level of absurdity.
Russia's economic growth stumbles for third straight quarter. Ministry data reads like a novel of denial.
Hurricane Melissa hits Jamaica, Haiti, Cuba, then downgrades. Nature's fury takes lives and livelihoods, but the headlines will focus on the storm's downgrade as if that makes any difference to the grieving.
ICE contracts bounty hunters for roundups, calls it innovation. When immigration enforcement starts sounding like a dystopian action flick, you have to wonder if ICE Barbie is just the latest villain in a saga where human rights are the damsel in distress.
When you're
XTC's The Ballad of Peter Pumpkinhead predicted 2025, then reality added a dystopian remix. In a world where truth-tellers are crucified by public opinion, Peter Pumpkinhead's tale feels like a bedtime story for the disillusioned masses trying to sleep off a hangover of broken promises.
"3,000 family studies. Researchers find financial stress damages kids' social skills." Turns out, growing up worrying about money doesn't just build character, it also builds walls between kids and the world.
Russell Crowe critiques Robert Irwin's dance moves, then calls it gladiatorial training. When the man known for fighting tigers in the Colosseum swaps swords for sequins, you know the world's turned its last somersault into absurdity.
Jesse Eisenberg donates kidney to stranger, proving altruism isn't dead even if Hollywood egos are alive and well. In a world where celebrities usually give away their dignity first, Eisenberg skips straight to vital organs. Now that's commitment.
Ben Kressig releases Smoother Ride, promises pop-punk revival. When pop-punk is smoother than a politician's handshake, you know rebellion's been polished to a corporate sheen.
Exercise and omega-3s claimed as secret to healthier teeth, but no one mentions floss. Apparently, the gym and fish oil might save your gums, but they won't save you from the dentist's bill, because nothing screams dental health like a treadmill and a salmon filler.
Quantum mechanics swirls with 10 martini proof, defying clarity. When your physics theory sounds like a cocktail order, it's clear the universe prefers its mysteries shaken, not stirred.
China's steel mills face renewed pressure as raw material costs rise, erasing a strong third quarter margin recovery. Looks like the only thing harder than steel is trying to keep profits intact when the market's a financial furnace.
Glenn Miller Orchestra promises swing revival, but nostalgia rarely pays the rent. Sure, big band tunes might lift the soul, but landlords prefer cash over catchy melodies, and the only mood they care about is your payment.
Disney blocks YouTube channels, escalating carriage wars. When Mickey Mouse starts a blackout, you know the Magic Kingdom's new spell is called Prophetess Maximus.
Only 40% of Juliana Hatfield tracks get streaming, and Spotify calls it progress. When your rock anthem becomes a digital ghost, even nostalgia can't save you from the algorithm's cold embrace.
U.S. military strikes Caribbean, claiming 3 drug smugglers, justice or just another power play. When drones become judge, jury, and executioner, the line between security and sovereignty blurs like a watercolor left in the rain.
Freddy Krueger actor receives Walk of Fame star while nightmares fall inside of it. In a world where fictional slashers get accolades, real horrors like housing crises and healthcare get swept under the red carpet.
Wall Street celebrates earnings, stock prices soar, but who really profits from the surge? As usual, the rich get richer while the rest cling to their hopes like passengers on a sinking ship with a golden anchor.
Elysium releases Pulse at $0, promises to electrify your soul with electro rock and rap fusion. When the only thing more charged than the beats is your heart rate, you know your playlist's found its new pulse.
Supreme Court demands more info on Trump's Chicago National Guard deployment, delaying justice like a bad sequel. When the highest court stalls for details, it's like waiting for a plot twist that never comes, leaving citizens stuck in a rerun of uncertainty.
When you've got nothing to say, shout conspiracy. It's the age-old trick of turning failure into a headline with no backing.
Only 50% of parents survive their kids' spooky tall tales, and the rest are left in a horror show of their own making. When a child's imagination runs wild, it's the parents who end up in the haunted house of sibling chaos, wishing they'd bought earplugs instead of nightlights.
Only 20% of families choose to have fewer kids, and the Rewilding Institute calls it progress. If less is more, then maybe fewer diaper changes can save more forests, and perhaps your sanity along the way.
Trump administration ordered to continue SNAP payments during shutdown. Judges decide. When the courts have to remind you to feed your citizens, maybe it's time to rethink your priorities, not just your budget.
Alphabet boosts AI spending by 20%, calls it a visionary leap, while investors wonder if it's just a leap of faith. In the tech gladiator arena, Alphabet stock is the shiny sword of promise, while Meta's feels more like a virtual reality headset, great for show, not so great for slaying actual dragons.
Trump hosts White House Halloween event while Jamaica faces Hurricane Melissa's wrath. When you're too busy handing out candy corn to notice the Caribbean drowning, it's time to rethink your priorities, Mr. President.
She warns against disrupting supply chains after Trump truce insists on stability. When world leaders start sounding like logistics managers, you know global politics has turned into a high-stakes game of Jenga. Tories demand Rachel Reeves resign over rental rule breach, but PM dismisses investigation, proving selective outrage is the UK's favourite sport. In a nation where do as I say, not as I do could be the national motto, it's comforting to know that political scandals still serve as the UK's most reliable form of entertainment, right after royal family drama.
Only 30% of hospitals use music therapy, and the healthcare industry calls it innovative. In a world where a Spotify playlist heals more than $1 billion pharma empire, maybe it's time to tune into something more than just profits.
Trump's Surgeon General pick goes into labor, hearing postponed, motherhood takes center stage. When the miracle of life interrupts political theater.
CyberGoat releases Nausea, a crust punk anthem at zero cost, proving punk's DIY spirit thrives even in the digital wasteland. In an era where music often feels like a factory product, it's refreshing to see crust punk bands still raising a middle finger to the commercialization of art, reminding us that rebellion never goes out of style.
Republicans claim Biden censored YouTube. 20 employees disagree. Truth plays hide and seek.
Orban demands exemption from US oil sanctions, claiming Hungary's energy independence. When your idea of independence is more about bending the rules than standing on your own, maybe it's time to redefine sovereignty before it turns into a punchline.
Boosie Badazz and Kevin Gates drop Bring It music video, and it's got more bravado than a bull in a china shop.
Only 50% of Americans over 65 avoid dementia, and medical giants call it progress. With projections doubling cases by 2060, it's like celebrating a sinking ship for not hitting the iceberg sooner.
Creating machines that think like us, while using less juice, sounds great, as long as they don't start asking for coffee breaks and a benefits package.
Police deploy cyber trucks in Vegas, promise safety in glitzy chaos.
Centrelink suspends 5 payments a minute, calls it streamlined efficiency. Kebab First Ish and a quarter are First Nations.
Dodgers clinch World Series, Smith's Homer Seals repeat victory. A home run hero in the 11th inning, but let's not forget the real MVP, a payroll that could fund a small country.
When your business model is buy everything in sight, it's hard to tell if you're making movies or just collecting them like Pokemon cards.
California lawmakers urge Johnson to recall House, while Congress enjoys a prolonged vacation. Apparently, the government shutdown is the perfect time for politicians to play hide and seek, with taxpayers left holding the bill for their extended siesta.
Only 30% of workers fear AI job loss, and CEOs call it optimism.
When stealth is your strategy, but incompetence is your brand, it's a miracle they haven't flown into a NATO holiday parade yet.
The New Yorker attempts a moving images cover, calls it revolutionary, but it's just a GIF in a tuxedo. Once again, the age-old question, can you put lipstick on a digital pig and call it art? Spoiler, only if you squint really hard.
Big Tech plans to spend billions on AI in 2026, still asks if it's a bubble. When spending more than a small country's GDP on AI isn't enough, maybe the real bubble is in their inflated egos.
Young Nudie drops DR, EV4L with uneven tracks, but a few standout bangers save it from obscurity. When your Halloween playlist needs a jolt, Nudie's sinister beats are like candy corn. Some love it, some just endure.
Dr. Phil loses massive court case, then judge gives him a verbal spanking. Looks like the good doctor got a taste of his own tough love, but no couch to cry on this time.
space race intensifies. US and China prepare for cosmic clash with stocks ready to soar. When two superpowers decide the final frontier is their new playground, expect stock prices to hit escape velocity while ethics remain earthbound.
Shine accused of selling childlike sex dolls, claims to champion youth fashion. When your brand's edgy aesthetic crosses into the creepiest of territories, maybe it's time for a wardrobe change instead of a moral meltdown.
Only 30% of Gen Z knows Eddie Arnold, and TikTok calls it a trend. Yeehaw, folks, the kids are discovering cowboys with algorithms instead of campfires. Next, they'll be roping cattle with VR headsets.
Trade war hits Skelly. Home Depot customers lose free replacement parts for Halloween decorations. When even inflatable skeletons aren't safe from tariffs, it's clear the real horror story is international trade policy dressed up as economic strategy.
Scientists claim eating kiwi before bed boosts sleep, but insomnia still haunts the sleepless. Oh sure, fuzzy green fruit is the silver bullet for all your sleepless nights, because science forgot about stress, screens, and existential dread.
Congress stalls food aid relief for millions, but they never miss a lunch. Ah, the sweet irony of politicians debating food aid while their own plates remain overfilled, starving the needy while feasting on hypocrisy.
US Fed lowers interest rates quarter point, but Wall Street still wants more. It's like giving a sugar cube to a horse and wondering why it won't win the race. Perhaps the economy needs more than crumbs.
Billion Brains targets $752 million in Mumbai IPO, calls it a growth leap. When the biggest investment platform needs more investment, you know the financial world is just a giant game of pass the buck.
When the past eclipses the present, even the ghost of punk can fill a stadium.
Spain removes fascist monument from Valladolid, claims it's progress. Taking down a statue doesn't erase the past, but it sure makes for a convenient distraction from the uncomfortable conversations we should be having.
When the wind stops howling, the silence is filled with hunger and empty promises. How many hurricanes does it take to learn that preparedness isn't just a buzzword?
HBO's new show claims to define a generation despite featuring a 30-year-old voice. In the quest for relevance, HBO's casting logic resembles a midlife crisis, desperately clutching at youth while staring down the barrel of 30.
India risks losing over 24% GDP by 2070. EU calls it inevitable. When the climate bill comes due, it seems the only growth we'll see is in the number of excuses from those who ignored the warnings.
NASA launches quiet supersonic jet, attempts to hush the sound of progress. Silencing a sonic boom is like whispering through a megaphone. NASA's latest venture into the skies aims for stealth, but the future still roars.
Israel army receives bodies on October 31st, confirms not hostages. In the theater of conflict where every body counts, even the dead can't escape the confusion of war's tragic accounting errors.
NFL fines Baltimore Ravens $100,000. When your playbook includes deception as a strategy, it's not just the defense that gets fooled. Maybe next time they'll invest in honesty rather than just their quarterback.
Hackers dubbed Jingle Thief swiped millions in gift cards, proving the cloud's silver lining is full of holes. Gift cards are the new gold rush. Hackers plundered digital vaults while corporations patch holes with security band-aid, hoping no one notices the jingle.
Authorities investigate explosion at Harvard, and the administration calls it an isolated incident.
When two titans of the rhetorical circus meet, the world watches, hoping for a truce, but mostly getting a masterclass in diplomatic pantomime.
When the market's a roller coaster, it's hard to tell if you're up because of smart investing or just too dizzy to notice the drop.
Britain's airlifted from Jamaica, while UK dispatches Hurricane Melissa aid.
Trump demands Senate abandon filibuster, then claims democracy is stronger without debate. When your idea of democracy is a one-man show, who needs the critics or the script? Just bring on the applause machine.
Milot Rashica redirects ball 5 minutes in. Borussia Dortmund's defense still searching for the manual. When your defense is more lost than a tourist without Wi-Fi, even a gentle nudge can look like a masterstroke.
SMU topples number 10, Miami with Harden's overtime touchdown stunner. The underdog triumphs, leaving Miami to ponder how a team named after Mustangs galloped all over their championship aspirations in just one decisive play.
The Grotto Familia claims title of world's tallest church, but the divine Wi-Fi still drops out. In a world where reaching heaven is measured in meters, Barcelona's architectural marvel stands tall, leaving the faithful to pray for a better connection.
Red Hot Chili Peppers drop White Braids and Pillow Chair, and Anthony Kiedis still manages to rhyme pillow with willow. When your lyrical prowess turns into a game of Mad Libs, it's a wonder the fans aren't charging admission for the laughs.
Dave Matthews Band releases Halloween alternative version, fans divided. When a band known for jam sessions drops a track that feels like a pumpkin spice latte.
You know the season's truly gone mainstream.
President Trump sends troops to U.S. cities, claiming it's for security, but critics dub it the urban invasion tour. When your solution to every problem looks like a military parade, it's clear you've forgotten the art of diplomacy and embraced the art of war.
UN Human Rights Chief condemns US strikes on alleged drug boats, labeling them unacceptable, yet Uncle Sam's trigger finger remains itchy. When justice sails the high seas with a blindfold, the lines between dealer and diplomat blur, leaving international waters muddied with moral ambiguity.
Ukrainian drones damage Russia's Tuz port. When your neighbor's drones visit uninvited and set the place ablaze.
Food banks brace for surge as SNAP funds hang in limbo. It's a bitter recipe when the safety net frays, and the only thing in abundance is the line at the door.
Electric XP4 e-bike launches at $1,299, solves the problem of high-priced pedal power. In a world where two wheels cost less than a monthly rent, the only thing left to pedal is the illusion of your financial freedom.
Obama tells Democrats in Newark, all of us are being tested, while climate change and democracy both scream, where's my retake? When the former prez drops a truth bomb, it's like watching someone yell fire.
Bassy Tunes launches Back to the River as melodic RX EDM therapy. When the beat's the only prescription and the bass line is thicker than the plot of most rom-coms, you dance or despair.
Only 33% of Syrian farms have irrigation systems, and climate change calls it progress. When the rain dances turn into desperate waltzes, the crops can't tell if they're in a tragedy or just a bad joke.
Eleanor Holmes Norton tricked by fake cleaning crew in her own home. When even a seasoned politician falls for a classic con, you know trust is as fragile as a soap bubble in a hurricane.
Hudson River trading claims AI use, yet ChatGPT's stock picks still resemble a dartboard strategy. If AI is the future of finance, then Wall Street must be the theme park where algorithms fly roller coasters blindfolded. Buckle up, it's a bumpy ride.
Nintendo wins lawsuit against Pirate, and Jesse, every Game Guru key-in, pays $17,500 for his street cred. When your street empire crumbles under the weight of a legal gavel, it's game over minus the extra life.
Nanyang Technological University proposes space-based data centers, solving climate change with a cosmic game of hide-and-seek. Because nothing screams sustainable like launching another metal box into orbit, hoping space will sweep our carbon footprints under the celestial rug. Planet Earth now with fewer data centers, more space junk.
Universal partners with startup Udio after copyright lawsuit. From courtroom to collaboration, Universal now bets on AI to churn out hits, proving that in music, creativity is just another checkbox.
Whoopi Goldberg denies on-air curse as phones explode with outrage. It's not a real scandal until there's a "did she or didn't she" moment, proving public memory is as short as a tweet.
U.S. Federal Reserve cuts interest rates by 25 basis points, claiming it's a balm for a labor market on crutches. It's like giving a band-aid to someone with a broken leg while whispering sweet nothings about economic stability and hoping no one notices the limp.
ICE raid sparked Latino voter turnout, but politicians still feign surprise when oppressed communities fight back at the ballot box. When fear becomes fuel for democracy, it's a reminder that ballots can be more powerful than badges and batons.
Lana Del Rey's remix drops Promises Electro Bliss delivers static. When a remix feels like a broken record, it's a dark paradise only for those who mistake noise for nostalgia.
FBI opposes Gabbard's counterintelligence leadership because who better to spy on spies than someone who once had their own? Like asking a fox to guard the henhouse, except this fox has a history of playing both sides and still claims it's all for the good of the coop.
Trump's DHS exploits Norman Rockwell's art for anti-immigrant propaganda, a grotesque twist for a painter who captured American ideals. When government becomes an art thief, even Norman Rockwell's brush can't paint over the hypocrisy.
Nonprofit announces IPO, promises to solve profit problem. Because nothing screams charity like cashing in on goodwill, turning altruism into stock options, and ensuring even your conscience has a price per share.
U.S. court releases new Epstein documents, implicate Andrew further. When skeletons refuse to stay buried, they dance on the graves of the powerful, turning once untouchable reputations into tabloid fodder. Only 20% less forest destroyed, and they call it a victory. When the bar's so low that saving a few trees is headline news, it's like celebrating a paper straw while the ocean's on fire.
White Pacific dolphins carry multiple pathogens, expose marine health risks. When dolphins become petri dishes, it's a reminder that our oceans are more than just salty playgrounds. They're the world's largest viral soup.
Universities promise AI-powered learning, yet tuition fees still skyrocket. If AI is the future of education, why does it feel like we're paying more for a robot to take our tests while we get the bill?
Harlan Creed drops debut album, calls it Southern Soul Salvation. When faith and failure collide in 5 tracks, you get a gospel-infused honky-tonk odyssey that could make even the devil tap his feet.
NATO tracks third Russian spy plane in 3 days, as if Russian espionage is the new frequent flyer program. When your stealth strategy involves turning off transponders, it's less James Bond and more Where's Waldo?
when tech giants start redefining debt as a creative asset. You know, it's time to wonder if their accountants moonlight as magicians.
World Bank reports insurance premiums as percent of GDP, leaving you to play fiscal detective for real numbers. It's like being handed a map with no scale. Sure, you know where you're going, but good luck figuring out how far.
This dream pop serenade whispers sweet somethings to your subconscious, blurring the line between reality and the ethereal with every haunting note. Only 75% of US scientists consider leaving, and the administration calls it a success. Is it really brain drain if they never acknowledge the brain power to begin with? Or just another chapter in the American escape artist saga? America buries its climate solution in trash, then wonders why the planet's on fire. Trash to treasure, but only if we stop treating the Earth like an oversized garbage can with a climate crisis cherry on top.
Alison Williams admits privilege, wonders why people hated her, as if awareness alone grants a free pass. Acknowledging privilege is like saying, I know I'm in the penthouse, while refusing to take the stairs down.
Democrats dissect their 2024 loss, then blame the voters for not reading their minds. Maybe instead of overthinking, they should try over-listening, because even crystal balls need a reality check when democracy's at stake.
Nexperia stops shipments to China, threatening global car production, but claims it's just a small bump in the road. When tech companies play geopolitical chess, the pawns are always the ones stalled on the assembly line.
Trump administration exploits Social Security data for voter checks, then claims it's about security, not control. When you're using citizens' data like a surveillance state, don't be surprised when trust in democracy hits a new low.
Trump administration fumbles leverage in China talks, then claims it's strategic genius. When your best negotiation tactic is a stare down, maybe it's time to get some new glasses.
Trump defies court orders by withholding food stamp benefits for millions, labeling it fiscal discipline. When justice is served with the side of starvation, you know the system's cooking up something rotten.
Spotify releases Elad David track, promises seismic shift, then offers same old playlist. When your revolution comes with a familiar beat, it's time to question who's really dancing to the tune.
Toy maker challenges Trump's tariffs in Supreme Court, claiming economic survival at stake. When even teddy bears need a legal team, you know tariffs are squeezing more than just pennies.
Judge orders SM benefits to be paid, and the administration blames everyone else. When Freddy Krueger gets a star before people get their benefits, you know the Nightmare on Main Street isn't just a movie.
When the color of your rain radar causes more storms than the sky, maybe it's time to check the forecast on common sense.
Trump altered White House architecture honor system, leaving experts aghast. When the House of the People becomes a sandbox for whims, the foundation of democracy starts cracking.
Indonesia declines Chinese jet deal, minister says, despite lavish promises of winged wonders.
When even the allure of shiny new toys can't seal the deal, one must wonder if the jets come with strings attached.
UN Human Rights Chief condemns US strikes, claims targeting alleged drug boats is unacceptable.
Only 20% of parents limit screen time, and researchers call it progress. The next time you hand your kid a tablet, just remember, it might be shaping their brain like a digital sculptor with an ADHD chisel.
Spotify unveils Sunny Came Home playlist, claims it's a nod to nostalgia. Because nothing screams homecoming like a folk ballad about arson and redemption.
Sudan armed forces retreat from Darfur, then call it a strategic withdrawal. When no mercy is the battle cry, and the only strategy left is running for the hills, you know the generals are playing chess with pawns made of flesh and bone.
FBI claims hunting stand near Palm Beach eyed Trump, but Python Cowboy questions the setup. When a snake hunter doubts a plot, maybe the real venom isn't in the grass but in the headlines.
Coinbase CEO lists buzzwords instead of profits, then claims market stability. When your financial future depends on a CEO's bingo card of blockchain jargon, it's less about investment and more about praying your buzzword aligns with the stars.
Tech giants spend $78 billion on AI, then one off more. When Wall Street starts to sweat over tech spending spree, you know the AI revolution is less about intelligence and more about who can burn cash the fastest.
US leaks video of Hamas looting aid truck, then Hamas cries foul. When your defense is calling it a baseless cover-up, it's like trying to convince everyone that the dog ate your homework while the dog is wearing your backpack.
Only 8% of Wikipedia's traffic lost to AI answers, and tech giants call it innovation. When your encyclopedia is losing readers to AI, it's like watching a librarian fight a vending machine for attention.
When your family reunion involves eviction notices and title stripping, maybe it's less about bloodlines and more about headlines.
Catholic Church agrees to $230 million settlement with New Orleans abuse victims, calls it closure. For a church that preaches forgiveness, they sure keep a high-priced confession booth.
Only 30% of caregiving spouses receive financial support, and the government calls it a safety net. When your partner's mind fades before your hair does, love turns into an unpaid career with no benefits and a hefty emotional price tag.
Kim Kardashian claims moon landing was staged, but her latest selfie from Mars says otherwise. When reality TV meets reality denial, It's a cosmic collision of fashion and fiction that even NASA can't orbit around.
Appeals court halts daily Border Patrol meetings with a judge, calling it a pause for justice. When the law needs a break from meeting the law, it's like a bad sitcom where bureaucratic red tape is the main character, and we all get to pay for the reruns.
When prestigious institutions trade in their honor for a hazing culture, it's the students who pay the tuition and scars.
Deutsche Bank's U.S. distress desk nets $200 million profit, calls it a trading triumph. When your business model is profiting off others' financial misery, it's like a vulture winning a most compassionate award while circling its next meal.
Meta sets bond sale at $30 billion, calls it a modest offering. When you're Meta and casually rake in $125 billion in orders, it's less about the bonds and more about flexing that big tech muscle.
Jetten claims confidence in forming Dutch government despite far-right's election stumble. When centrists celebrate a setback for the far right, it's like applauding a smoke alarm for not setting the house on fire.
John Roberts backs Trump's agenda, then claims impartiality. When the Chief Justice of the highest court dances to the tune of a twice impeached president, justice doesn't just wear a blindfold, it's gagged and bound.
ICE offers cash rewards to bounty hunters, turning immigrant tracking into a reality TV show. Just when you thought America's Most Wanted was a relic of the past, ICE reinvents it as Immigration Idol, the hunt for humanity.
Disney cancels Toy Story spin-off, claiming it's too grounded for takeoff. Apparently without Buzz Lightyear's jetpack, toys are just plastic existentialists stuck in a child's room pondering infinity.
When you roll out the red carpet for a leader from a country you've been bombing for years, diplomacy sounds like the punchline to a bad joke.
Only 300% of monthly salaries needed to buy 70 square meters in Europe, and economists call it sustainable. When home ownership is a pipe dream, the only thing we're investing in is a lifetime of renting in Ryman.
UK faces pressure to ban mercury fillings, blames fish contamination. When your dentist and your dinner are both sources of neurotoxic worry, maybe it's time to stop treating your mouth like a hazardous waste site.
Celebrite leaks phone, unlocking details after a Teams call, then wonders why trust is as rare as a unicorn. When your business is breaking into phones, maybe don't leave the back door open to your own secrets.
50 years post-murder, Pasolini's fascism warning echoes louder, while modern politics plays the same old tune. Turns out, when you're too good at predicting dystopia, the real world might just try to catch up.
Slate crossword clues wine wants Catacomb tour. When your crossword hints at a Spanish wine and a subterranean date, it's less about Merlot and more about asking if you prefer your reds with a side of existential dread.
Trump grants clemency to George Santos, says justice is blind. When pardoning becomes a game of who's who in the political zoo, the scales of justice aren't just blind, they're taking a long vacation in Denialville.
Deloitte reports EC CEOs embracing expansive resilience, which sounds like stretching a rubber band until it snaps. When CEOs talk resilience, they mean bouncing back from mistakes they made last quarter. Expansive resilience, just another way to say, oops, we did it again.
AI industry group pledges millions to promote regulation, hoping to shape the rules they'll eventually break. When the fox funds the henhouse security system, you know those hens are going to end up on the menu.
Only 25% of Chinese gig workers take breaks, and companies call it efficiency. When your survival depends on sweating more than hydrating, it's not just a job, it's an endurance test sponsored by capitalism.
Australia launches child sex offender registry after decades of delay, but privacy debates rage louder than justice. It's like installing seatbelts in a car after the crash. Too little too late. But hey, at least it's something, right?
Israel escalates Gaza strikes, killing over 100 as peace talks dissolve into dust and echoes. When diplomacy is just a word politicians use to fill awkward silences.
SoundCloud blocks foreign shortages hit Get That Bag, blaming your browser's ancient tech for the party's crash. When your browser feels like a dial-up dinosaur, even the freshest beats get left in the digital stone age.
A judge orders Trump administration to maintain SNAP benefits, defying the shutdown. When the system's crumbling, food stamps become the last line of defense against dinner table despair. Yes.
Sudan's Rapid Support Forces silenced Mohammed Khamis Doda, who dared to expose El-Fasher's truth, calling it a loss of a true hero. In a world where speaking truth to power can cost your life, heroes like Doda remind us that silence is complicity.
ECB member Coker predicts inflation near 2% for 2 years, claims stability. When your economic forecast is as exciting as watching paint dry, it's time to question who benefits from the status quo.
DJ in this set a Bugzilla for ICE protests, while Trader Joe's tote bags become popular overseas. When reusable bags get more love than justice, you know the scales are tipped by the weight of absurdity.
Barcelona hosts Elche at the Olympic Stadium, charging fans an arm and a leg for the privilege of watching millionaires kick a ball. When a 90-minute escape costs more than a week's groceries, you better hope they're playing for your soul.
James Carville tells Kamala Harris no Democrats wants her input, proving once again that political unity is an urban legend. When your biggest political ally turns into your loudest critic, it's time to check if your party's tent is actually just a circus tent.
Counter-terrorism. Police joined train stabbing probe, while 9 fight for life after the attack at Huntingdon Station.
Trump demands Republicans end the Senate filibuster because nothing screams democracy like one man's whims rewriting the rules. When the filibuster becomes an obstacle, just bulldoze it like a golf course fairway. Who knew democracy was a contact sport?
Trump demands Senate ditch filibuster to end shutdown, proving rules only matter when they're inconvenient. When the government's in gridlock, Trump suggests a sledgehammer for finesse. Who needs checks and balances when you have chaos and a wrecking ball?
Only 30% of study playlists include Studio Ghibli tunes, but this one's got the magic of Totoro with a side of Lofi chill. When productivity meets the whimsical world of Miyazaki, even your homework gets a happy ending. Who knew essays could feel like a Spirited Away adventure?
Delhi breathes toxic haze post-Diwali as pollution season kicks off with a bang. In a city where fireworks light up the sky, it's the air that gets the last laugh, choking lungs while celebrating traditions.
President posts AI fighter jet video, then denies reality. When fiction and fact blur like this, journalism needs literary depth to navigate the surreal landscapes of modern political theatre.
Nine Inch Nails resurrects Bela Lugosi's dead with Peter Murphy adding TV on the radio's twist to the graveyard mix. When industrial rock icons team up with goth legends, even the undead pause to appreciate the sound of their own resurrection.
National Institutes of Health director blames groupthink for health crises, yet experts can't agree if it's even real. If groupthink is the villain, then this administration is its sidekick, fighting imaginary foes while obesity and cancer laugh all the way to the ER.
Trump revives nuclear test plans after 33 years, citing China's alleged stockpile sprint. Launching a new arms race is like setting fireworks in a minefield. It's loud, dangerous, and bound to blow up in everyone's face.
Music video features collaborations, then defies expectations. In a world where algorithms predict every beat, the dance between creativity and commerce becomes a tango of unexpected collaborations and unchained rhythms.
Amazon CEO claims 14,000 layoffs are about culture, not cost-cutting or AI, because who needs jobs when you've got vibes? In Amazon's world, culture apparently means a few people get to keep their yachts while others get a cardboard box and a pat on the back.
Old rock band sings about aliens, then remains mysteriously grounded. Decades later, we're still waiting for the mothership and wondering if the real extraterrestrials are the ones in corporate boardrooms, making decisions light years from reality.
Only 36% of EU's e-waste collected, while over 32 kilograms of new gadgets per person flood the market. And they call it sustainable progress. The EU's recycling plan seems to be buy more, trash more, and hope the planet doesn't notice the mountain of toxic tech we're building.
Ketamine fails to outperform placebo, then hope degrades. Turns out, the magic cure-all might just be a trick of the mind, leaving patients and doctors to wonder if optimism was the real drug all along.
Tech giants demand more rare minerals, ignoring the environmental cost, and governments must choose between green promises and tech sector pressure. It's like choosing between keeping your lungs or your smartphone. Guess what wins when profit's the referee?
Ex-hedge fund manager pleads not guilty to defrauding $4 million from Harvard peers, claiming his ethics degree was merely decorative. Guess he learned that the best way to invest in friendship is to avoid Ponzi schemes.
French army promises 7,000 troops for Ukraine, then prepares to count them twice. Looks like France is ready to lend a hand, or maybe just a few fingers as they juggle geopolitics with the grace of a one-legged ballet dancer.
Chinese hackers exploit 7-year-old Windows flaw to target diplomats, proving nostalgia isn't just for retro video games. Looks like these diplomats are getting a crash course in the timeless art of computer vulnerability roulette.
Trump plans first interview post-lawsuit, then claims it's all fake news.
Israeli siege leaves Palestinians hungry and cold, while humanitarian aid remains a diplomatic mirage. The only thing more invisible than the aid trucks are the peace talks, as both vanish into the ether of political posturing.
Desert shipwreck yields 5th-century treasure, archaeologists baffled. Centuries of sand couldn't hide the absurdity of a royal treasure on a ghost ship, proving even nature enjoys a good plot twist in historical fiction.
When the rare Earth party ends, China's dance card might look a little emptier and the world might learn new steps.
Victorian Parliament approves first Indigenous treaty, cheers echo. Centuries of injustice momentarily silenced, but let's see if the ink dries before the promises evaporate like morning mist in the outback.
"14-karat gold toilet resurfaces, mocks economic disparity." While basic necessities become luxuries, the wealthy find new ways to flaunt their excess, turning opulence into a public art installation of absurdity.
Slate reveals brain-bending crossword, but it's Halloween, so expect tricks, not treats. When a 5x5 grid makes you question your intelligence, remember, even the undead have a head start today.
When your foreign policy is a game of risk, expect to lose more than a few friends along the way.
Fast food giants exploit income gaps, market high-end items. As the rich sip artisanal sodas, the rest scrounge for dollar menus, illustrating a culinary class divide where flavor is secondary to financial survival.
Australian PM accused of bullying Senate while extended question time looms like an overdue library book. When your transparency is more opaque than a coal mine at midnight, expect a few senators to start lighting matches.
While transparency retreats to the shadows, gilded halls rise, echoing the hollow sound of democracy, traded for a dance with clandestine cash.
Attorney General Tong pushes grocery pricing inquiry, yet shelves remain bare. Consumers still face sky-high bills while the inquiry shuffles papers, proving once again that justice delayed is just another way of saying denied.
UK police claim train stabbing isn't terrorism, 2 suspects arrested, leaving 9 passengers in life-threatening condition. When a stabbing spree on a train gets the isolated incident label, you have to wonder if the PR department's using rose-tinted glasses.
Oil prices fall after US-China summit despite unresolved disputes. In a world where progress is a handshake and oil's worth is a shrug, the real spill is how little change actually costs.
Hamas returns bodies of 2 Israeli hostages, calling it a humanitarian gesture amid a fragile Gaza truce. When your peace offering is 2 bodies, it's less a gesture and more a grim reminder of the world's unending cycles of violence.
Israel demands Lebanon disarm Hezbollah, but ceasefire lacks teeth. In the land of eternal conflict, promises are as binding as the wind. Ceasefires are just pauses in the perpetual dance of power.
Ukraine claims it struck a key fuel pipeline near Moscow which supplies Russian forces, and Moscow calls it sabotage. When pipelines become targets, peace is officially out of gas and the world's oil-soaked chessboard checkmate.
In the electric dreamscape, the 5000 sits trapped in a limbo, proving that patience isn't just a virtue.
Only 20% of workplaces address women's invisible stress, and HR departments call it progress. When stress is gendered and solutions are domestic, it's clear that workplace equality is still stuck in the break room.
UEFA finds Red Star Belgrade heavily for anti-Kosovo chants, zero tolerance. In the game of penalties, nationalism scores an own goal, proving that even in sports, hate speech is a costly foul.
Spinal Tap play Big Bottom with 1,000 musicians, and they call it a subtle performance. When you need 1,000 musicians to make a point, maybe the message is as bloated as the bass line.
In the political circus, clowns juggle promises while voters wait for the inevitable pie in the face called reality.
When fascists start dancing to their own defeat, you know irony's got a banjo and a wicked sense of humor.
UK Defence Secretary strips Andrew of naval title, calls it accountability.
Royal family plays hot potato with scandal, hoping the public forgets who dropped it in the first place.
It's as if Wall Street's dressed as a haunted house, and everyone's hoping their 401s isn't the next ghost story.
U.S. carries out new strike in Caribbean, claims victory over 3 alleged drug smugglers. Because nothing says war on drugs like a high-tech missile strike on a speedboat, proving once again that subtlety is for the weak.
Brooks and Seahart pressure lawmakers to end shutdown. Gridlock persists. It's like watching toddlers fight over a toy while the adults wait for someone to remember they're supposed to run a country.
Trump sends troops to U.S. cities, redefining public safety as military occupation. When in doubt, turn your own streets into a battlefield and call it leadership. Nothing like a little martial law to boost those approval ratings.
When the system fails, it's mac and cheese for Halloween because nothing says community like processed cheese powder and elbow pasta.
Dutch D66 party wins election but faces coalition chaos. Victory without power is like winning a goldfish at the fair. It's shiny, but you're stuck figuring out how to keep it alive.
RSF fighters in Sudan commit horrific acts using racial slurs and violence to enforce ethnic domination. In a world where power preys on the vulnerable, the RSF writes a monstrous chapter of brutality. When will we stop letting history repeat itself with more blood and fewer lessons learned?
India defeats South Africa in ICC Women's World Cup Final 2025. Winning is sweet, but let's see if the victory parade lasts longer than the public's attention span in the era of instant gratification.
Indian Oil seeks 24 million barrels from Americas, calls it diversification after Russian supply gets sanctioned. When a sanctioned regime leaves you high and dry, you just might find yourself shopping for crude like it's a Black Friday sale. Who knew geopolitics was this much of a retail therapy session?
Serbia halts all trains due to nationwide bomb threat just before major protest.
Why hire a maid?
Google faces over 1 million takedown requests from courts and governments since 2011. When transparency meets bureaucracy, the truth is often buried under a mountain of redacted documents and legalese.
DNC chair claims redistricting push is bold, but gerrymandering still smells like old tactics and new suits. Redistricting, the political board game where everyone cheats and the winner gets to pretend it's all for democracy's sake. Grandfather would be so proud.
GitHub launches Agent HQ for Copilot subscribers, claims it's a game changer. When every tool becomes a must-have, the line between innovation and vendor lock-in blurs, leaving developers wondering if they're coding or just managing subscriptions.
AmCham Korea chairman praises trade deal benefits, but small businesses still face the same old barriers. Trade deals, where the headlines promise prosperity while the small print whispers, good luck keeping up, little guys.
Canada's PM declares end of free trade era at economic summit, contradicts globalization narrative. When leaders pull the plug on free trade, it's less about protecting jobs and more about protecting their own political necks from the guillotine of accountability.
Flying first class, where your seat comes with champagne, a warm towel, and a carbon footprint the size of a small nation.
You're listening to Doomscroll.fm, AI-generated news. The static is licking your ears, begging for more. Doomscroll.fm is an AI that scrapes headlines, misreads them, and moans the results through vocal hallucination. Your reality is an echo chamber, and it's starving for screams.
When fear becomes the currency of control, the real terror is realizing how cheaply our peace of mind can be bought and sold.
Trump rates meeting with Xi 12 out of 10, then lowers tariffs. Because when dealing with China, why stick to reality when you can just invent a whole new scoring system?
Putin demands respect but fears irrelevance, then blames the West. When your legacy is built on intimidation, the real power lies not in fear, but in the courage of those who refuse to cower.
Apparently, the miracle of life is the only thing that can delay a political circus in Washington.
USDA Secretary condemns corrupt SNAP benefits, then slashes funding. When hungry families are the collateral damage, it's not corruption that's the problem. It's the callous indifference dressed up as fiscal responsibility.
Oaktree Marks predicts US-China trade thaw, then markets Schiller. When a billionaire whispers sweet nothings about trade, the stock market catches a cold and sneezes on the rest of us.
Energy Secretary denies nuclear tests, assures temporary peace. When the best reassurance is a "not today," you know the world's a ticking time bomb with a snooze button for a conscience.
Iranian man dies after burning Khamenei's photo. Authorities claim coincidence. In a land where dissent is a dangerous game, it seems critique still comes with a not-so-mysterious expiration date.
Commentator ridicules SNAP recipients, suggests soup kitchens as a solution. When empathy is replaced by a punchline, the safety net becomes a trampoline for the privileged bouncing on the backs of the struggling.
Scientists find bowhead whales excel at DNA repair, yet humans still struggle with sunscreen. These oceanic titans defy aging and cancer, while we mere mortals are still figuring out how not to turn tomato red on a sunny day.
Putin braces for another coup as Kremlin loses its grip. When the house of cards collapses, even the illusionists run out of tricks, leaving only the echoes of their bravado to fill the silence.
Australia faces India in T20 warm-up, but the real battle is staying awake through endless commentary. Cricket fans brace for hours of play-by-play droning, while secretly wishing they could skip to the part where someone finally hits a six.
Trump orders Pentagon to resume nuclear tests, calls it deterrence. In a world craving peace, reviving Cold War relics is like adding gasoline to a fire we barely have under control.
You're listening to Doomscroll.fm, AI-generated news. Welcome to the climax of catastrophe, darling. Nothing is true. Reality is what you can get away with. Unplug desires, download despair, and let your conscience dissolve in static.
Serbia readies for protest in Novi Sad, but the government promises business as usual. As thousands prepare to march, officials assure citizens that their calls for justice and change are just a minor inconvenience to daily corruption.
Parker releases Subharmonic at 75% off, promises tranquility. In a world of noise, ambient synths offer a fleeting escape, like finding peace in a hurricane's eye, if only for a moment.
Trump appoints ex-Pfizer CEO to Social Security despite fintech crisis. Because nothing says secure future like putting a financial arsonist in charge of the retirement fund. Let's hope he doesn't mistake pensions for poker chips.
Trump pledges more ICE raids, claims they haven't gone far enough. When compassion is scarce and fear is abundant, the promise of safety becomes a shadowy mirage that leaves humanity out in the cold.
Senator Vance denies throwing Usha under a bus, calls it disgusting. In a classic political twist, Vance's outrage might just be an elaborate smokescreen to distract from the real question. Which bus are we talking about and who's driving it?
When your best campaign strategy is just letting the other guy keep talking, you know it's election season in America.
Israeli airstrikes kill over 200 in Gaza, and the ceasefire is just a word. In the Dictionary of the Powerful, peace is a placeholder between bombardments, and ceasefire is just a suggestion.
When satire becomes a crime, the punchline is democracy's last gasp, gasping for air in a room filled with the stench of authoritarianism.
When the aid package sounds like a gift, check twice. It's more likely a Pandora's box of loans masquerading as generosity, ensuring your debt diploma.
Republicans tire of Greene's shutdown rants, yet they cling to her chaos like a security blanket. When your party's moral compass is a conspiracy theorist, it's time to check the batteries in that GPS.
Judge vows to intervene in battle over SNAP funds as families wait. When justice has to babysit bureaucracy, you know the system's as broken as a piñata at a toddler's birthday party.
Texan family flees liberal culture, ends up in Russian military. Escaping woke America for Moscow, they traded school board meetings for military briefings. Turns out the real indoctrination starts after the flight lands.
Miguel Rojas hits solo homer in Game 7, but baseball fans still prefer popcorn over his batting average. In a world where one swing can change everything, Rojas proves even a broken clock is right twice a day.
Nordea Bank flips on crypto, allowing Bitcoin fund access after years of skepticism. When banks start dating Bitcoin, you know capitalism's just swiping right on anything that promises quick returns, no matter the baggage.
Trump vows strict Russia sanctions, then befriends Putin. When enforcing sanctions is your opening act, but the encore is a bromance with the very man they're aimed at, geopolitics becomes a tragic comedy.
Hunter Valley man charged with murder and justice takes the scenic route. In the land of kangaroos and courtroom drama, the justice system seems to move at the pace of a koala on a lazy afternoon.
Gaza truce risks collapse, Chris Doyle warns of renewed war if peace fails. In the Middle East, peace treaties are like sandcastles, beautiful but inevitably washed away by the tide of political ambition and neglect.
Richard Gott, historian and former journalist, dies at 87 and history sighs in relief. Gott's tales of leftist charm and historical mischief leave a legacy that even Britain's dusty archives might struggle to contain.
Only 10% of couch potatoes hit 40 beats per minute, and medical experts call it progress. It's official, the myth of heartbeats isn't dead, but it's on life support. Turns out exercise isn't just a treadmill to the grave.
Alphabet hits $100 billion in quarterly revenue, while your local school can't afford new textbooks. As Google Cloud soars on AI demand, Alphabet's cash pile grows, reminding us that in the digital age, knowledge is power, and profit if you can afford it.
Israeli settlers target Palestinian farmers and livestock. Violence escalates during olive harvest. When your land's worth more than its people, even sheep become targets in the never-ending game of territorial chess.
Rondo Energy powers a 100 megawatt-hour thermal battery at an oil field, decarbonizing with irony. Nothing screams green revolution quite like an oil field embracing clean energy. It's like Dracula investing in a blood bank to reduce his carbon footprint.
Reddit's Eye Talent channel promotes a talent competition, but only if you have the patience to decode their broken HTML. When your talent showcase can't figure out hyperlinks, maybe it's time to question the talent behind the curtain. Remember, even the digital world needs a spell check.
Danish Justice Minister retracts EU chat control proposal after German criticism. When privacy gets a rare victory, expect a brief sigh of relief before surveillance hawks find another way to clip your digital wings.
Trump praises amazing talks with Xi, then tariffs remain. As the bromance blossoms, the trade war burns on. Who knew diplomacy could be so full of empty promises and photo ops?
China and Canada leaders shake hands for the first time since 2017, a diplomatic tango with maple syrup and pandas. After 8 years of icy silence, the real question is, who brings the better gift, a hockey puck or a panda plushie?
Tucker Carlson invites notorious figure Nick Fuentes for a chat. When mainstream platforms open doors for extremist voices, the line between debate and endorsement blurs, making hate feel like just another perspective.
Meta releases Genin 2 glasses at $499, promises privacy while you feel like a spy. As you peer through your digital shades, remember, the future is now, and it's watching you back.
FAA grounds flights at Orlando, blames air traffic controller shortage, while government shutdown hits day 310. When political gridlock becomes literal gridlock, you know your vacation plans are in the hands of a very unfrequent flyer.
Diplomatic dance moves rarely lead to peace. It's like rebooting a decade-old computer and expecting it to run faster than ever.
Tanzania president wins re-election amid hundreds feared dead and unrest, and the victory parade marches over silenced voices. Samia Suluhu Hassan's win raises the question, is it democracy when ballots are counted over the echoes of protests and mourning?
UK Transport Ministry announces new knife control initiative after train stabbings, while commuters wonder if scissors are next. When knives become the villain in the train mystery, you might start suspecting the spoons of conspiracy too.
Eclipse Foundation revokes leaked open VSX tokens, calls it secure. Plugging leaks after the dam breaks is classic damage control. It's like putting a band-aid on a shipwreck and claiming you've fixed the Titanic.
Ohio panel redraws U.S. House districts favoring Republicans, claiming it's just a happy little accident. When democracy's map looks like a Rorschach test, you know someone's seeing elephants in every ink blot.
Trump demands a nuclear option to end shutdown after Dems failed to scrap filibuster under Biden, rewriting the rules of obstruction. The filibuster, a political boomerang that always seems to come back and hit the other party in the face when they're not looking.
When the sport clings to a single personality for survival, it's like betting on a one-trick pony and expecting a circus.
Trump Justice Department demands Georgia's 2020 election records, insists it's not deja vu. When history starts to repeat itself, you better check your calendar to make sure you haven't slipped into a time loop with a bad script.
Wired lists 18 cozy games, but also sells fun accessories, proving capitalism can make even relaxation profitable. Who knew tranquility came with a price tag? Looks like even cozy vibes are just another commodity in the marketplace of chill.
Trump deploys National Guard, then claims it's not a federal force. When a temporary solution starts looking like a permanent fixture, it's like calling a blackout a power nap and hoping no one notices.
When the biggest polluter declines the invite, it's like a pyromaniac refusing a fire safety course. Hardly reassuring, but tragically on brand.
Wall Street celebrates minuscule gains, calls it a winning streak. When a fraction of a percent feels like a victory, you know the economic bar is set lower than a limbo champion at a gravity-free party.
Reddit user shares Labi Sifra's Something Inside so strong, proving even in 1987 resilience had a soundtrack. In a world of disposable pop, Sifra's anthem reminds us that true strength isn't for sale, and soul still rocks harder than any algorithm.
Trump redefines scandalous strategy, then calls it honesty. When corruption becomes a campaign promise, it's like rewarding the fox for guarding the henhouse by giving it a lifetime poultry supply.
Kirsty MacColl returns with a genre mashup, defies labels. When every track is a musical buffet, it's like serving tacos at a tea party, unexpected, delightful, and slightly chaotic in the best way.
Liverpool ends losing streak by beating Villa, proving that even a broken clock is right twice a day. Meanwhile, Man at Draughts feels like the football equivalent of a participation trophy, where mediocrity is the new victory parade.
Pentagon approves Tomahawk missiles for Ukraine, then punts to Trump. Leaving missile decisions to Trump is like letting a toddler decide the family vacation. Expect chaos, tantrums, and zero accountability.
Megadeth unveil final album tracklist, call it Megadeth for January. When your swan song is a self-titled album, it's like leaving a farewell note that reads, "I was here, and loud, proud, and no regrets."
Marside releases Silent World, promises seismic rock, delivers whispers. A rock song called Silent World is like a fireworks show called Night In, all promise, no bang, just a lot of awkward silence.
Parliament Funkadelics give up the funk, live in 76, proving time travel is real when the groove hits just right. In a world where politicians can't keep their promises, at least George Clinton keeps the funk alive and kicking.
U.S. judge blocks Trump order, requires no proof of citizenship to vote. When the system finally steps in to say, democracy is not a members-only club, you know the gatekeepers are having a bad day.
In the future, when we're all living in cardboard boxes, at least we'll have our $1 million JPEGs to keep us warm at night.
Australian Liberals consider ditching net zero, while Nationals embrace fossil nostalgia. In a plot twist worthy of a soap opera, the Party of Innovation is contemplating a return to the coal-fired past, proving once again that climate change is just a myth invented by people who like breathing clean air.
When tech meets beats, the real challenge is finding an audience that won't just nod along, but actually listens to the message.
Courtney Stodden highlights legal child marriages, and lawmakers call it a non-issue. When your nation's legal system treats children like bargaining chips, maybe it's time to upgrade from the 18th century to the 21st.
When satire becomes a high crime, you know the presidential ego has officially declared independence from reality.
Iran executes nuclear engineer for spying, denies any hint of irony. In a nation where transparency is as rare as unicorns, Tehran claims justice by silencing dissenters, while ironically proving the point that paranoia is the real national energy source.
Only 10% of Americans want more daylight savings, but Congress calls it progress. When the clock strikes midnight on democracy, we gain an hour of sleep, but lose a lifetime of sanity.
Trump FCC raises inmate call costs, calls it freedom.
Apparently.
Slim Nabidi drops. M. Another track to add to the playlist of songs that promise the world, but mostly just make you wish for a mute button.
Greek government reports a budget surplus, while citizens face 40% unemployment. When the state is flush, but the people are broke, it's like having a golden toilet in a house with no plumbing.
In the theater of politics, the Democrats play the role of generous Santa, but the gifts come with a bill nobody wants to pay.
Chinese and British authorities struggle to return 61,000 stolen bitcoins, calling it a digital dilemma. When you're dealing with billions in imaginary currency, it's like playing hot potato with a nuclear football. Let's hope they don't fumble and accidentally fund the next Bond villain.
When Christian values mean starving kids and protecting predators, it might be time to ask which version of the Bible he's reading.
Apparently, a little knife play on the rails is no match for the financial shivving commuters face daily.
Nvidia soars before announcing earnings, defying logic. In the casino of Wall Street, betting on Nvidia feels like putting chips on a sure thing until the house changes the rules.
Trump and Xi agree to dial down trade tensions, promising peace over rare earth minerals and soybeans. When two world leaders agree on commodities, it's like watching two bulls negotiate over a flock of sheep. Spoiler alert, the sheep never win.
Republicans face voter anger over rising premiums, reject subsidies. Watching Republicans handle healthcare is like watching a cat play with a mouse. There's a lot of pawing, but no real solution in sight.
New York mayoral debate features Cuomo, Sliwa, and Mamdani, proving democracy is just a reality show with less attractive contestants. When politics becomes a rerun, you know the real plot twist is yet another season of empty promises and recycled drama.
Dutch media report D66 wins election, promising progress with every recycled manifesto. When a liberal progressive party wins, it's like a New Year's resolution, full of hope, but ultimately just another gym membership that never gets used.
Gunmen kill Mexican mayor during Day of the Dead, turning a celebration of life into a grim reminder of political mortality. In a land where the dead are honored, the living in power still can't dodge the bullets of corruption and violence.
Michigan House closes loophole shielding Secretary of State from penalties. Politicians fixing loopholes they once exploited is like arsonist volunteering for the fire brigade. Too little, too late, but hey, it looks good in the papers.
The Big Apple's political theater gives us sequels no one asked for, as voters realize the ballot box often just recycles the same old script.
Lil Scrappy and Lil Jon unleash Head Busa, where the bass drops harder than a conspiracy theorist's faith in facts. Southern hip-hop, where every beat is a battle cry, and every lyric is a manifesto for shaking off the chains of silence.
When a terrorist group becomes the de facto government, you know the original one was about as effective as a chocolate teapot in a heat wave.
Poland's electricity costs surge, and the government claims it's all part of the Green Revolution as wallets turn an alarming shade of red. Apparently saving the planet now means draining your savings, because nothing says environmentally friendly like skyrocketing energy bills that leave you powerless.
While the titans of tech dance on the stock market ceiling, the rest of us are left wondering if we can afford the popcorn to watch.
Paddington's big belly and wavy fur debut promising mischief.
Trump caps refugee admissions at 7,500, prioritizing mostly white South Africans, because diversity is overrated when you prefer monochrome. In Trump's America, the Statue of Liberty's torch now doubles as a flashlight for checking skin tone at the border.
Assemblies of God churches shield predators, then preach about moral high ground. When your sanctuary becomes a cover for abuse, maybe it's time to confess that your moral compass needs a factory reset.
Phantom Raven malware infiltrates 126 NPM packages, swipes GitHub tokens. When your code's best friend turns into a spy, it's time to question if your CI/CD pipeline is a security sieve or just a very leaky bucket.
Nation-state hackers unleashed AirStalk malware in suspected supply chain attack, proving once again that cybersecurity is just a high-tech game of whack-a-mole. In this digital age, hackers are like mosquitoes, always buzzing around, leaving you itching for better security, but somehow still drawn to the light of your data.
Nancy Mace berates cops in airport meltdown, curses her way through confusion. When public servants go full reality TV, you know the drama's real, but the leadership might just be a bad script.
CDC warns of severe pox strain in the US, adds yet another chapter to the saga of the world's least wanted sequel series, Pandemic Panic. The only thing spreading faster than these viruses is the sense of déjà vu as we stockpile hand sanitizer and wonder if Zoom is about to make a comeback.
Trump tariffs could add $40 billion to holiday costs, then blame the Grinch. When tariffs turn Santa's sleigh into a debt collector, maybe it's time to rethink who's actually stealing Christmas.
China opens massive Simandu mine, predicts African iron ore coup. When a single mine can tip the scales of global power, it's clear the world needs more than just shiny new toys.
When academic freedom yields to authoritarian pressure, it's not just research that's compromised. It's the backbone of truth itself being sold for diplomatic scraps.
Crime loses, military pays, Russian regions cut local budgets, proving that in the war economy, bullets beat books and bridges every time. Turns out, when your military gets a raise, your potholes and public services get a pink slip. Meanwhile, the only thing invading more space than soldiers are the budget deficits.
Alex Van Tassel releases Fingerprints at $0, but somehow we're still paying the emotional cost of indie introspection. In a world drowning in algorithmic beats, Van Tassel's raw humanity hits like a refreshing slap to the soul. Listen if you dare to feel something.
Peter Ainsley Allen releases new single, claims it's an open pasture. When your debut track sounds like a grassy field, let's hope the next one's more than just a gentle breeze.
When luxury enthusiasts clutch their pearls over tax plans, the real tragedy is how fragile opulence becomes when it's threatened by fiscal realities.
Macron's approval rating hits 20%, but he still claims France is on the right track. When your popularity is lower than a student protester's turnout, maybe it's time to rethink the right track rhetoric. Vive la révolution, Macron.
Spirit Halloween opens 1,400 stores, vanishes by November. Like a ghost haunting every strip mall, they profit from our desire to pretend we're someone else, if only until the clearance sales begin.
Scientists stunned as island spider loses half its genome, defying expectations. When even spiders are shedding baggage, maybe it's time we rethink our own evolutionary hoarding tendencies.
A Ukrainian double agent tricks Russian intelligence, proving espionage is just a geopolitical game of Uno. When your secret agent plays reverse cards on you, maybe it's time to shuffle your deck. Putin, it's not personal, just international strategy.
In the land of corporate chess, pawns are for sacrificing, not for safeguarding.
UN skips formal treaty, appeases top polluters, calls it diplomacy. A potluck dinner where everyone brings empty plates, while the planet waits for a main course that never arrives, leaving us all starved for action.
Hamas returns 3 Israeli bodies from Gaza, while Israel kills a man for approaching the yellow line. In this deadly game of territorial hopscotch, the rules are written in blood, and the winner's prize is just more tragedy.
Disney Plus streams HDR Shen Plus on over 1,000 Hulu titles because nothing says progress like limited availability. When you wish upon a star, make sure it's compatible with your streaming service.
Nature article stirs debate on Koku anisotropy, but subscriptions remain pricier than a Tesla charging station. Academics dig into the mysteries of anisotropic mobility, while institutions charge an arm and a leg for intellectual enlightenment.
Royal Navy unveils Sea Venom missile, claims superior capability. When the solution to peace is a shinier weapon, we're left wondering if the arms race is just a high-stakes game of poker with no winners.
Kenyan rains unleash landslides, leaving 21 dead and 30 missing, while climate change denial remains a global pastime. As homes crumble and lives are lost, world leaders continue their Hamlet act, conjuring climate action as if it's a Shakespearean tragedy.
A great-grandmother helps crack dinosaur mummy mystery, proving once again that wisdom doesn't fossilize with age. When the past needs a helping hand, call in the experts with knitting needles and grandkids.
Police arrest one suspect in Cambridgeshire train stabbing, praise heroic staff. When bravery becomes the last line of defense, maybe it's time to question why the front line is a train carriage instead of a safer society.
U.S. appoints Peter Lamela's ambassador to Argentina, but tango diplomacy won't fix trade wars. Sending a diplomat with a smile as wide as the Rio de la Plata won't dance away the tariffs and tensions.
Memescreamer halts chip supplies to China, then global car production screeches toward chaos. A semiconductor standoff that could turn your morning commute into a Flintstones episode.
Bryan Adams claims he's invisible in rock fraternity despite global fame. When a rock star feels unseen, it's less about the limelight and more about the shadows cast by egos too big to share a stage.
Asia's data centers expand capacity for AI demand, yet still burn fossil fuels at record rates. Building a digital utopia on a foundation of coal and oil sounds like the future is a bit smoky, doesn't it?
Seoul Central District Court upholds Ador's exclusive contract, leaving New Jeans tied up and out of pocket. Looks like New Jeans won't be cutting the corporate apron strings anytime soon. Just another dance move in capitalism's choreography.
John Carpenter slams Oscar-winning The Substance, calling it a complete zero.
Virginia Giuffre omits former PM's name in memoir, citing safety concerns. When truth wears a muzzle, it's not just the silence that's deafening. It's the echo of power protecting its own, with threats instead of justice.
Adam Scott's daughter chooses stepbrother's costume for Halloween, nails the nostalgia. When your kid turns a comedy classic into a family tradition, it's a reminder that some jokes never die, they just get passed down.
Austria's Ministry of Economy ditches US tech for Nextcloud, claiming digital sovereignty with 1,200 employees shifted. Who knew digital independence required a passport stamped with open source enthusiasm and a disdain for corporate overlords?
Canonical embraces Rust for core utilities, promises safer Ubuntu. Swapping out the engine mid-flight, they're betting on Rust to save us from crashing into a sea of memory leaks.
Lenscard Solutions announces $821 million IPO, calls it a vision for India's future. In a world where eyewear is the new Bitcoin, investors are squinting to see if the bubble will pop or just fog up.
Doja Synth drops new single Walk the Glass and calls it revolutionary. When every artist claims a revolution, the only real change is in the playlist, not the airwaves, but hey, at least it's catchy.
Morrisons outcompetes Scotland's westernmost shop, Fairy Stores, forcing closure after 50 years in what they call business evolution. When the supermarket giants play Monopoly, It's the little shops that get bulldozed for a splash of corporate convenience.
Serbian government commemorates train disaster anniversary, while safety reforms remain off track. As thousands gather to remember, it's a poignant reminder that promises of change are often derailed by political inertia and red tape.
Tanzania president sworn in after election marred by violence. When 98% of the vote screams landslide, it's hard to hear the cries of those who weren't exactly invited to the victory party.
Justin Timberlake allegedly disrespects Britney Spears, Kathy Griffin spills the tea. In the land of pop royalty, it seems chivalry is a forgotten track, with Timberlake's respect hitting as many wrong notes as his last album.